Mercury is no longer retrograde? Well, it depends. Mercury would retrograde June 29th. Mercury went retrograde. At 26 degrees of Cancer. So Mercury went retrograde at 26 degrees on June 29th. So that degree becomes significant. You can do so much with that. As far as measuring, looking at your chart first, your natal chart, and noticing, observing if you have any planets at 26 degrees or near. It's actually in specific, to be exact, that's 26 degrees and 15 arc minutes. Cancer. So right now, Mercury appears to be direct. It appears that way because when you go to the astrological charting apps and platforms, programs, it says Mercury is direct. But in some schools of thought, Mercury is not said to be direct until it gets back to the 26th degree of Cancer, which is where, and which is the degree that Mercury actually went retrograde. Does that make sense to anybody? Does that make sense? Hi, welcome. How are you? Let me wave. Can I wave to you? I don't know if I could wave to you. They won't let me wave. It's not that they won't let me. I assumed that that hand symbol was a wave that I can touch and say hi to you. But I can say hi here. Hi. You can ask me one astrological question. I would like for YouTube to have a feature where people can come up on stage and talk. That would be so cool. Luke, peace. How are you? You can come up on, so you're invited to be a guest to ask me one question about your astrological chart. I woke up this morning and before I made my bed, or as I was making my bed, what came to me is be thankful, smile, and let go. Whoa, careful, it's a glass table. Be thankful, smile, and let go. The smiling part I'm working with, the letting go I'm working with. Being thankful, I have had a routine of. And then when I decided to come live and share that, and in wanting to share that, I was like, let me look at a chart. Because I'm at a point in my life where I'm like, I'm in this transition stage. I'm in this transitional stage. Like, I've been doing astrology for over 2.5+ decades. Boom, bam, and popping. And I've also discovered this coaching technique that brings an individual from a challenging place to clarity. And so yesterday when I was live on TikTok, I was like, yo, why fight it? Why fight? Why? Don't fight it. It's evolving. I'm evolving. We're all evolving. You can do the astrology and you can do the coaching together. And I did it. And it was successful. Now, according to the coaching, the core competencies, which is certain rules, you're supposed to ask a person, like, to have an agreement. Like, are you okay with me engaging in some of these coaching practices? I'm working on coaching without sounding like a coach, like coach but not coach, because I don't want someone to feel like I'm taking them through a series of like therapy. Like, it's not therapy. I don't want you to think that you're on a chair. My couch is fluffy. It's if it was therapy. If it was therapy, it would be comfy and cozy. But you see what I'm saying? Like, I'm working on not sounding like a therapist. Not everybody's into that. Some people are, some people are not. But going back to the beginning of my day, as I was getting out of bed, 3 things. Be thankful, smile, let go. And then I got into Mercury, because Mercury is the planet, astrologically, that points to one's thought processes. It doesn't point to it. It's archetypally interpreted as a symbol of the mindset. You know, when millionaires get to talking about mindset, oh, your mind, like, you got to have your mind. You got to wake up in the morning at 3 in the morning and you got to do like 70 million push-ups. Not all of them, but your mind, you got to have a strong mind. Whenever somebody says something about the mind, I automatically think about the planet Mercury. The best macho man, Randy Savage. Yo, that's hilarious that you asked that, because I seen a TikTok video the other day. It was this girl. She was like, oh yeah, brother. You don't want to have none of the best of the macho man Savage. I was in that era of wrestling until I wasn't. I hope you enjoyed that. But the mind, Randy Man Savage, by the way, he didn't do much breathing. He was a lot of stress in that, a lot of stress, from my perspective. But I'm working on relieving myself with the stress. He didn't do much breathing, did he? Anyway, without further ado, welcome. If you have a question about your astrological chart, I'm here for it. TikTok, good morning. I'm up early. I woke up with 3 things. Be thankful. Smile. I'm working on smiling. I don't smile all the time. I'm mostly serious. And let go. Letting go. Tough one for me. Well, it doesn't have to be tough. If I say it's tough, then it could be tough because I'm essentially programming the operating system by saying it's tough. And they're like, oh, it's tough. Prepare. Letting go. So, those are the 3 things that I woke up with, and I wanted to share them with you. But if you have a question about, it doesn't even have to be your chart. It can be an astrological, something about astrology. You can ask the question. I Googled it. I'm addicted to Googling things. Also. That's what I like. I don't know if it's I like it or if I've become accustomed to it. Either way. But it says here, the most effective way to let go is to stop fighting your feelings. And I was like, oh, am I fighting it? How do I stop fighting it? How? How do I stop fighting my feelings? To stop fighting your feelings, you need to name the emotion. I'm angry. I'm irritated. I'm irritated. They say that's how you stop fighting it. You name it, label it, stamp it, send it. I'm irritated. Bear, hey. I like that you called me lab coat. That says a lot to how long you've known me for. How are you? You're invited to be a guest to ask me one question about your astrological chart. Now, it may involve astrology and it also may involve some coaching. YouTube, good morning. I hope you're enjoying the show. You're welcome to ask a question. This is your opportunity. The algorithm sent you here, so utilize it if you want, or just observe. Are you having coffee or tea? Coffee or tea? Coffee or tea? Let's start with coffee or tea. Coffee or tea in the comments, please. Somebody say something. Allah like to know about business. Bear, you're invited to be a guest, or do you want to be a guest in the comments? YouTube, you have no choice. You're a guest in the comments. You have the opportunity to ask me one question about astrology or your chart or anything that you want to ask me. Anything. I woke up today with be thankful, smile. You guys can hold me accountable. If you sense that I'm not smiling, you can say, hey, are you smiling? Are you smiling? Catch me. And letting go. Ladies and gentlemen, Bear. Hi, how are you?
I'm well, how are you?
I'm well, thank you for asking. What is your question that you have for me this morning?
Well, I just want to know more about business for me.
Well, I am not a business graduate, so I want to give you a heads up right there. So I do have some ideas about business, but I don't have a business degree.
So you want to know like what house I'm talking about, or?
Yeah, if you can form the snowball into an astrological one, if you could.
My 10th house. I'm a Gemini moon. That's where my moon is at.
Okay, you're a Gemini moon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What's your 10th house? You have a question about the 10th house. What zodiacal sign is located in the 10th house? I can't hear you. You're on mute. I didn't do it. You got a call.
I only have my moon in my 10th house. That's the only.
Are you sure?
I
Are you sure?
I believe so.
Belief and surety are two different things.
I'm sure.
You're sure?
No, you know what? I might be lying. I think my Lilith is there.
Is it lying or is it just you're just unsure?
I'm a little unsure.
Okay, would you like to check? Or would you like me to check? You're the first one, so you get a little bit of a reprieve.
Yeah, you can check.
Okay, what's your birthday?
12/20/91.
Oh, right on the edge of the soul.
You've read my chart plenty of times. You said what?
I've read your chart plenty of times.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Awesome, good to know. Um, when's the last time I read your chart?
Oh, I normally come to you on my birthday, so
Okay.
it might have been on my birthday. This my past birthday last year.
What year were you born? How young are you?
91. I'm 34.
What time? Oh, shit, I put that in the wrong spot. Excuse me. Bear with me. If you just got here, welcome. You can ask me a question about your astrological chart. One question. If you want a reading, that's donation based. You can go to my website. But this is what I'm doing here this morning. Bear is the first one. What time were you born, Bear?
10:44 p.m.
10:44 p.m. What city were you born in?
Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Okay, we got you. Gemini is the 10th zodiac sign. You're a Virgo rising.
Correct.
Okay. Now we have that information and we're sure you have the moon in the 10th house. What is your question about the 10th house?
Well, no, doesn't the 10th house and I believe the 6th have to do with like business?
You could say that the 10th house is the house compartment of business, and the 6th house is the compartment of the work that you do in said business, and the 6th house and the 10th house are compatible and they're of the same element zodiacally as well as the house correlation.
Okay.
Okay?
Well, I guess my question was just how is it looking for me for the rest of this year? Because I'm looking to expand.
Okay.
So I just wanted to make sure, I guess maybe I'm in alignment, like the timing is right. Yeah.
I would say that if we put astrology to the side for a moment, I'm of the mind that the timing is always right.
Right.
Even if it appears that it's not right, it's right. So there's that. If I were to interpret the 10th house in your chart, giving a short answer, the first thing that comes to my mind is the transit of Uranus or Uranus in Gemini. Are you aware of that transit?
No.
So currently right now, Uranus is transiting the sign of Gemini. It's a 7-year transit.
Okay.
And because your moon is there, it tells us that your emotional well-being, what it is that you need in regards to a career in business, has the potential to go through some significant changes.
Okay.
Now, those changes could be good, those changes could be bad. Both are part of your development and evolutionary cycle, right? Looking at the archetype of Uranus, it has been said, it has been known, I have recognized and observed patterns of it being erratic in its behavior, meaning unexpected and unpredictable change. So with that being said, it may benefit you to be open to career fields and not limit yourself to only one, to accept the fact that you may want to jump around a little bit or you might have more than one interest. So to be open and don't be so hard on yourself when you engage in one thing, but then you have an excitement and an energy towards another.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. Because I do have more than one job. I've never limited myself to just one.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Someone may just, maybe take more focus, more present over another during this time.
Yeah, it also points to your emotions and your family awareness.
Okay.
Because the 10th house is the business, right? The moon in astrology is interpreted as correlating to the family unit and what it is that you need. So over the course of the next 7 years, the status of your family and the communication in the family is important. It's something that you need potentially. Does that make sense?
I like that. Oh yeah, definitely. I was just on a phone call with, I'm number 3 of 8 children.
3 of 8. Wow.
Yes.
Wow. Bless your mom.
I know, right?
Hug her. Give her a hug for me. Give her a hug for me.
Okay, I will. With 2 of my siblings, my older brother, my younger sister, she just turned 30 the other day. And,
wow. She's going through it.
Yeah. We were talking about, getting together more, hanging out, let's pick out some books to read together and, talk about it at the end of the week, just trying to get together more and communicate. Our mom is actually moving out of state at the end of this year, so it's just going to be us here. She's leaving.
So not for nothing, I want to pause you there for a moment. Not for nothing and for something at the same time. Do you see the change?
Yeah.
With the family unit, with the mom moving state? That's a change that is, I don't want to say it's unpredictable, it's unexpected, but in a sense it could be.
It is, yeah. This is, I love this for my mom, but it's like, oh, she really doing it, like, she for real. So, yeah.
So can I share something with you?
Yeah.
What's coming up for me is that togethering with your siblings and talking about mom.
Yeah.
And staying in touch with mom. Your mom sounds like a very brave individual.
She's a very brave Aries. Yes, she is.
And whether she says it or not, she may need some support without y'all saying, "Oh, mom, maybe you should," like that. That's not support.
Just do it.
Well, just communicating. Hey, mom, how you doing? How was your day? Like,
right.
Not, mom, maybe you shouldn't do that. Maybe, mom, maybe you're mom. That's not supportive. But just checking in, like check-ins.
I've been feeling myself doing that a lot more lately.
Yeah.
With her.
Yeah. So you just got 2 interpretations of the 10th house. One is to be open, stay open. And the other is the status of the communication in the family. The openness of your career and work is measured by, your comfort in the communication in the family.
Okay.
Meaning what I'm trying to say is that the comfort and the well-being of the family communication, the more smooth and the more contact that's there, it could possibly reflect the benefits and the improvements in said business.
Nice. Okay.
Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, it does.
How does that feel?
It feels good. It feels right. It feels like what's been taking place so far. Yeah, I like that.
Where do you notice it in your body?
In my chest, in my back, just my, I don't know, my back just feel, I don't have a lot of weight, a lot of tension there.
Oh, you feel like some weight's been lifted?
Yeah.
Wow. That's interesting. That's interesting.
In the past, I was very like, my business is my baby. This has been mine for 15 years. And, you know, I wouldn't let too many people in on it, just my husband and my kids, and let my sister know a little here and there, the one that just turned 30. But now I start to relinquish some of that control, and she's actually my business partner now. She helps me quite a bit. Yeah, so it feels good to be able to talk about my business with other people and what's going on, especially with my family, because they know me.
Awesome. That's awesome. Thank you for sharing. I'm happy for your uplifted feeling and lighter feeling that you have right now. If you would like to talk more about your business or your astrological chart, you can DM me interested, or just
Okay.
DM me whatever you want. All you have to do is click on this icon and then message me.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you. I appreciate you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Talk to you later.
Talk to you later.
Bye. Tap on your picture and then hit the word disconnect.
Okay, got it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bear. And for the record, on the record, let the record reflect. I see how you just snuck in that little comment there. And Cap, you're ready for more. DM me. Today is your day. YouTube, how you doing over here? How are you? I thank you for the likes. How are you? Who's liking the live like that? What's your zodiac sign? I want to share something with you. You're ready? Don't talk about it. Be about it. The DMs are waiting for you. The DMs are waiting for you. You can get an astrological chart interpretation in a coaching session combined as early as today. YouTube, how are you doing over here? Talk to me. What's good? So let me do a reset with myself for a moment because I have coffee. Anybody have coffee? No one said anything and responded to the coffee or tea thing, so I'm assuming that you don't want to talk about it, okay? But I'm letting you know I got a coffee, and coffee does me justice. Okay, who's next? You're invited to be a guest. Oh, you have coffee and you're ready to refill. Take a deep breath first before you refill. You don't want to be too charged. Now, mind you, studies say that if you have a cup of coffee, there's a certain amount of water cups to balance it out. Check that out. You want me to help you out with that? Let's help us out. I need a refresher on that too before I refill. I thought about a refill too. If you just got here, welcome. You're invited to be a guest, to ask me one question about your astrological chart. Ray Daniels, hey, hi, how are you? Good morning. Just to let you know, in case you guys were wondering and you just got here, I woke up with 3 things today. Be thankful. I'm thankful I could talk. Smile. Show my teeth. I have a gap in between my teeth. My children, my 2 daughters, they Dad, you got a gap. And I'm like, yeah, I like it. I don't know who has a gap in their teeth and they don't like it. I like mine. I also have a chip on one of my teeth too, and I like that. And if you don't, it's okay. Decaf coffee, coffee is coffee. A win is a win and coffee is coffee. Let me go back to the beginning. 3 things I woke up with. Be thankful, smile, and let go. The let go is something new. We're forming neural networks around letting go. And we're forming neural networks around smiling. Who's next? Now everyone doesn't want to talk about astrology now, or now everyone's scared now? Okay, wonderful. So What I was talking about, I talked about those three things, and then I was talking about Mercury. I was looking at Mercury in transit, because we're in this period of Mercury retrograde. Anybody familiar with the Mercury retrograde? Anybody heard the chatter about? It's yes in the comments if you've heard about Mercury retrograde. Talk to me. Yes. All mine are gapped, and it took 45 years to appreciate them. Ray, a win is a win. You appreciate them. Dwayne, you're in the midst of getting coffee and responding yes. Thank you. Dwayne the realtor, the Southern realtor. Wow. Wow. Glad you're here. Thank you. Now you might get a fake smile from me because it's new. I don't always smile. I'm usually serious. But I heard that when you smile, it changes the chemistry in the brain. I have Bustelo coffee, in case you were wondering. Zzz. The standard golden ratio for brewing regular coffee is 16 parts. That's not my question. How many cups of water do I need to drink? For each cup of coffee for hydration purposes. I fell asleep in class with this session. Gotta run to a meeting. We'll be back. Love the Astro chat. What part did you love about it? Don't run, walk. The day just started. Conserve some of your energy. You don't want that coffee just to zip and then crash. Don't crash, Dwayne. You got a lot of work to do today. You didn't even get the response yet. You do not need to drink extra water for each cup of coffee because moderate coffee intake contributes to your overall daily fluids. While an old myth says you need a 1-to-1 or 2-to-1 ratio of water to coffee, science shows that water in coffee offsets its mild caffeine effect. Interesting. No extra water needed. Is that backed by the NIH? Let's check that. Okay, so you don't need extra water. Who's next? Mercury is the planet that can be interpreted as mindset. I have recognized that my mindset is super important. And over the course of the past 6 months, I've been holding this secret in my mind I haven't told too many people. Do you want to know what the secret is? Yes, in the comments. Secret in the comments if you want to know what this secret is that I've been holding from everyone. On purpose. Secret in the comments. Sarah said, I want to know about secrets. Arlo said no. Arlo, what's going on? Come on, what's going on? What's coming up for you? What's coming up before I get into the secret? Klausger wants the secret. You don't want to know? What do you want, Arlo? What do you want? Hang on, everyone. Arlo has something going. What's coming up for you? You're invited to be a guest. Let's see if you can even come up. You can't come up. You just got welcome to TikTok. Welcome to TikTok. You're gonna have to just text. You don't have the ability yet to talk on stage. All due respect, I want to hear what you got going on, but you're outnumbered. The secret that I've been keeping, that I haven't told anyone, is that there's an interesting connection between the planet Mercury Ginger is strong. The planet Mercury, there's an interesting connection to the planet Mercury and its interpretation, how it can be interpreted astrologically, esoterically, metaphysically, and how it correlates to the anatomy and the physiology, as well as comparing it to certain modalities. And even the astronomy of it all. Now here's the thing. Mercury, if you Google this, don't believe in everything I say. Take it as a grain of salt at first. Look it up before you just believe it. Now, Mercury stays no more than, it always stays within 45 degrees of the sun. So let this serve as the sun. What am I going to serve as? Let this serve as Mercury. So let's say the sun is traveling, right? The sun is traveling. This is Mercury. Mercury goes like this. It goes in front of the sun, behind the sun, in front of the sun, behind the sun, in front of the sun, behind the sun. It precedes, it trails, it precedes, it trails. That's interesting to me. Because in astrology, the sun is symboled as the eye. If you look at the picture of the symbolism of the sun, it's a circle with a dot in the middle. The eye. So when it comes to the eye, the thoughts or the mindset is important to precede or to trail. And it's interesting how we have thoughts that precede us, and we also have thoughts after an event. We think about it after, like pre, after, post, pre-post, pre-post, pre-game, post-game. You notice that? You notice that? And so with that secret, I was like, the location of a person's Mercury tells a lot about a person, an individual, and how their mindset is. Not only the zodiac sign that Mercury is placed in when an individual is born. Not only that, in addition to that, here's the secret. The relationships, the mathematical relationships that Mercury is to other planets. Who is this? Ladies and gentlemen, only one.
Everybody talks about dumb relationship stuff. I'm like, oh.
Say it again. Say it again.
Everybody talks about like dumb relationship stuff and how old are you? Like I'm eating it up. Yes.
What are you eating up? Only one.
Just that you're talking about like actual like some nerd stuff, some space stuff. Like I look at right here. It's like right now I'm like reading like Stephen Hawking's expanding balloon universe stuff.
Okay.
The nerve quantum gravity.
So you're in it.
I'm just so in it. Like, but I don't like I had to read this book. Like, I've read it now for the 4th time. And I still don't get it. Like, I'm no genius. Still, like, there's a lot of things I don't understand. Quite. But, like, I just love it all.
Awesome. So, I invited you up because what I'm doing here is I'm allowing people to ask me one question about their astrological chart or astrology period or a question. Now, I want to give you a disclaimer first before you ask the question. I've heard of Stephen Hawking. I know who Stephen Hawking is, but I'm not adept at the quantum conversation. I'm still integrating and digesting that, so I wouldn't have many answers there. But what I do have some experience in over 25 years of practice interpreting symbolism, a little combination of astrology, astronomy, and
Thank you.
You're welcome, and coaching.
Yeah, and I don't get that, so that's wonderful.
So what is
So I
your
would love to
question?
learn from you. Yeah. So I am like there's a lot of weird things in my life, and I think a lot of it has to do. My sun and my moon are Virgo, and also my Chinese sign is Dragon. So there's a lot of intensity. It's like Virgo, Virgo, Dragon.
Okay. Virgo, Virgo, Dragon. Got it.
And I just like, I'm like everything you hear about Virgo. I don't know about astrology, but everything I love, it's like perfectionist, judgmental, comes off wrong, loving, but like comes off wrong, and like it like strains my life a little bit.
Okay. What is the question that you have for me about
So
that?
I guess the question is like, do you think that like maybe with age it calms down, or do you think I need to like get more like astrology, like kind of like coaching to figure out how to like maybe just like soften myself? Because I'm an intense person, and I think a lot of it is that Virgo.
Okay, let me process that.
And also, who do I work best with? Because Virgo, we're intense. Like, is there one
Okay,
side
hang on a moment. Let me pause you there for a moment, because the way I work, I've been observing myself very closely with the close scrutiny, and I work the best when I do one thing at a time. So let me process that first and answer that question first before we get to the next one. Does that work for you?
Yeah, of course.
All right, one moment. I'm looking up the rising sign moment to assist me in my processing. The first thing that comes to mind is from my perspective, there's a sunny side of an interpretation and there's a shadow side of an interpretation. Meaning there's a good, there's a bad. And I do this with good and bad because I'm on a quest not to use good and bad and look at it for what it is. So when you gave characteristics of Virgo, I heard you speaking of character traits that could be looked at as negative or shadow side traits. I'm of the mind that the astrological community and I've observed that there are patterns where I have focused more on the shadow or negative sides of a zodiac sign and then left it there like that's all that it is. But that's not necessarily the case. When we look at it under a microscope, we can see that there's also some positive traits to it, or sunny side interpretations. So what you're asking, what I heard you asking is, do I think that as you grow older or as you get younger or as you evolve, do those negative traits of Virgo improve? Is that your question?
Yeah, there's more positive.
Yeah, so I'm of the mind that the negative traits can be looked at as shadow sides, if you will. And as you grow and as the experiences that you experiences and you're willing to learn from them, you evolve. And so it transforms from shadow, after the shadow, then the sun. Then it's sunny, then it's shadowy again. And then for your entire life, you work with this dynamic and this contrast between shadow and sun, or good and bad. So it's a matter of perspective. from my perspective, Virgo is looked at, I look at Virgo as the nurse and the doctor.
I am a nurse.
Ironic. So I look at the archetype of it as synonymous to a nurse, because a nurse is an individual who comes in and checks the patient's vitals, the temperature, the blood pressure, to make sure that it's like a check or an audit on one's health. The same way that Virgo is considered to be analytical and precise, on a shadow side, it can be overly analytical. It's a fine line, it's a slippery slope between analysis and excess in analysis.
But it can do a lot of good sometimes.
And that's the behavior that I take when it comes to the zodiac signs and the interpretation of them. So the answer to your question is that it's how you look at it and what worked for you and what feels good. When it comes to the over-analysis or analysis paralysis that I assume that you experience, well, do you experience that?
Yeah, I think that like I'm super, like I've got a lot of this, like hypercritical, hyper judgmental, like perfection, like, you know, a lot of these things. And like, but underneath them, it's like, I care about anyone. I would do anything for anybody. But I think with Virgo, it's like, nobody sees the underneath. They just see the coming at you. But like, the underneath will like do absolutely anything for you, you know? So I just think like that it comes off wrong, but like underneath, like it's the nice, like I would do anything, you know? But it comes off like I'm telling you what to do.
I hear what you're saying.
Like I just saved somebody's life on a plane 3 weeks ago, but I yelled at her first because she hit me on the shoulder, and I was like, "Who do you think you are?" Da, da, da. So it comes off like, and then I was like, "Everybody get out of the way!" Like, get out of my way, like super rude. But then I like saved her life. So like it all comes, like that's a perfect example of just like I come off really wrong, but it's like I'm just trying to like help and save somebody's life and like do the best I can, but it comes off aggressive.
Yeah, so I thank you for sharing that. That's awesome that you saved somebody's life. That's really cool, beneficial.
Free drinks forever on Alaskan Airlines.
I hear you. That's what I have, though, to answer your question, is that I'm of the mind that you evolve in your entire life. You experience this positive and negative or sunny side interpretation and shadow side interpretation and working with it. And
I think that's incredible. And I've asked people this for a long time, and that's actually like some of the best advice is like focus more on the positive. Like there's positive aspects, and I kind of look at that like you're not just your shadow. There's another side. So thank you. And just really quick, is there a sign that works best with me?
All of them work best with you. And my theory behind that, before I get into that, I want to share that when you look at Virgo under a microscope even further, you recognize that physiologically Virgo is associated and correlates to the intestines.
That's interesting.
Very. So
I've looked up stuff.
Excuse me?
I said I've looked up stuff and I've had readers and stuff. I live in California. You're giving me some stuff I've never heard, so thank you.
I'm thankful that you're thankful. Now, with that being said, that Virgo correlates to the intestines, through my research, I've observed and found that the intestines is where the enteric nervous system lives. And the enteric nervous system is the part of the nervous system in the intestines where there's like 500 or so million neurons, I think. Is it neurons? What is the I got to be clear here for a moment. Hang on, because it's been a while. Before I look it up, because I love looking stuff up. So it's the intestines are called the second brain. It's called the gut. But what I'm trying to say is that when we look at the intestines under a microscope, we recognize that it has a function to serve the body with bringing nutrients to the surface so that those enzymes can then take the nutrients to specific organs.
I'm a nurse. No, that's more up.
Excuse me?
Before the intestine. I'm a nurse. That happens before the intestines. The intestines just like pull it down to your colon. Then it's already going out. They already took what it wanted, like the kidneys, the liver, all that stuff.
Yes. In addition to it pulling it down, the colon and that peristalsis is what you're talking about, correct?
Huh?
Peristalsis is the movement of food through the intestine, like down the esophagus and then through the intestine.
I don't know that one.
Okay, let me Google it to make sure that I know what I'm talking correct, because I don't like to say things that.
But normally, once it's in the intestines, it's already like all the nutrients have been sucked out. Then it's just taking the trash out of the intestines. Peristalsis. That's what he was looking for.
Is that not what I said?
I think it was like in a different. I don't know. I haven't been in school in a very long time. I know that's a correct medical term. I'm just lost on how to use it at the moment.
Well, peristalsis, I know how to use it. Peristalsis is a wave-like form that assists food move through the gastrointestinal tract.
Like a snake.
Yes, but it's the actual movement. The intestines are already shaped as a snake, but the movement of the food for the move to move towards taking a shit, for a bowel movement, for sake of words, right?
Sorry, it's been a while since school.
That's fine. I'm here with you. So, with that being said, as it moves, as peristalsis happens in the movement, doctor who does the audit and also connects to the intestines that also audit the food and push the food to the walls and the lining so that it can go into the system and specifically to specific organs. In saying all that and recognizing that connection, in totality, holistically, I'm saying that it's beneficial. From all that I just said, it's beneficial. What I take from that and absorb from that.
I just picked it up what you were throwing down.
Okay, can I complete my thought?
Yeah, but I just got like excited that
Okay, so then you finish if you got it. Go ahead. You finish.
No, I want you to.
You're excited. I want your excitement. That's where it is. Let's go. Tell me.
Honestly, I'm excited. And anybody listening, like, I have done research, like the whole thing. Like, you're teaching me things that I haven't, like, I don't know. So let me just like say what I think you're putting down, what I'm picking up. It's like there are certain things, if you're gonna like do it like a body and organs, like the Scorpio might be like the sexy heart. You know, there might be like the Libra, the kidneys or something. But like the Virgo is like not as sexy, maybe not as likable like the intestines, but like we're the gut, like we're the second brain. Like we kind of like make things work, but like not in a way like anybody's happy about. like diarrhea or like something like nobody's happy about it, but like we're kind of like we actually like keep it. We're an essential part of the system. Is how I took it, and I kind of like how I took it. Ish, no.
Ish. Yes, and no. In short, from all that I said, my intention was to say that the process of the nutrients in the food being pushed to specific organs, that action is piece by piece. It's done piece by piece. So taking that piece by piece methodology, incorporating it into us analyzing, like for example, you're reading this book, Stephen Hawkins, and I heard you say, I've had to read this book 5 times because I don't understand it. And so each time you read it is a piece. And as you read it piece by piece, you absorb a piece. it's kind of like a Thanksgiving meal or a big meal. When we eat a big meal, the body shuts down so that it can digest all the food. So you're eating a big meal, metaphorically, with the book. Go ahead.
Another thing, kind of like you said, like I'm like, I read again. Like I've gone to university for 8 years. Like I love school. Like digest. There's some people, like kidney people maybe, that just let it run through. And like, we're good. Let's go. Like, like. But I think like the way I'm taking it again is like Virgos, like they digest. We analyze. We judge. We look it through time after time. Like we don't let it go. Like we gotta like figure it out. Whereas like other organs like just kind of like, all right, it's good, done. But like Virgos are like where the most time.
Awesome. So, one moment for a moment. Empress, are you still here? Put yes in the comments if you're still here. I want to respond to that question, but if you're not here, I don't want to respond to it. Only one. Thank you so much for sharing. I'm so glad. I'm so glad that you found some benefit from the information. And if you would like a deeper dive and analysis on your astrological chart mixed with coaching, you can DM me and say interested, and we can set up a time to chat more about it.
And thank you for your positivity, your patience, and introspection into like teaching something. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. Have a good day. Thank you for the follow. Ladies and gentlemen, only one. Empress, it's not a call-in. I'm on TikTok. You're on YouTube. You can call. We can talk about the calling. YouTube doesn't have any DM services or option. I don't know if you're still here or not. It says 0 people, but maybe there's a way to touch base with me on YouTube. I got to figure that out. Ladies and gentlemen, oh, I thought there was someone else that wanted to come up. Who's next? If you just got here, say yes. So I woke up this morning with 3 things. Be thankful. I'm thankful that I can talk. I'm thankful that I can. Okay, I thought you were on the phone. However, we can do it. I asked for the call in because I'm getting ready for work and can talk while I'm moving around. I see what you're saying. Do you have TikTok? There's no call-in. There is a call-in number, but I'm using both devices, so if you wouldn't, the call-in wouldn't work at this moment. Who's next? I woke up with be thankful, so I listed a couple of things I'm thankful for. Smile and let go. You don't have TikTok? What do you have? You have Instagram? Do you have Instagram? Can I do three things at once? It's been an hour, so I would have to hang up with YouTube. YouTube, it says 3 people here. Are you still here? Are you having a good time? Or what? Only 4.8 thousand double taps. Wow. Wow. You can talk to text in the comments, Empress. I predicted your first pregnancy? Wow, when did I do that? What year did I do that? How close was I, though? Now I want to critique myself. A part of me wants to be like, he didn't do that. A part of me is like, no, he didn't. Oh, yeah? When? What did he say? In 2022? You gave birth in 2023. Were you even pregnant? It was on TikTok. Were you pregnant before I said it? Look, I want to critique the shit out of myself now. 2022. I was on fire in 2022. I was doing so many chart interpretations in 2022. Nope, you weren't pregnant? Interesting. We were on Clubhouse years ago. I always enjoyed listening to you. Thank you for that. I don't know. I'm working with a way to let people know on YouTube how they can reach me for my services, other than my website. But I have incorporated coaching with astrological interpretation. That's messed up. What's messed up, Matt? You're invited to be a guest. I want to hear what you have to say. You have a short window to speak with me or to ask me a question about your astrological chart. I don't understand what you mean. Ladies and gentlemen, he is Matt. Welcome.
I was just scrolling.
Welcome.
But then because it said that,
Say,
I honestly looked at the site just before to see what my astrology chart is, but I've got no idea how to read it.
okay, what's your question?
I don't know. I just thought it was interesting that you said that, so I just thought I'd hop up.
Wait, when you said that, I'm not sure exactly what you said because I said a lot of things. I'm not sure how long you were here. What are you talking about in specific, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, you said I've got a few seconds to ask about my astrological chart, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, how do you read them?
One symbol at a time.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
what's the symbol?
What's the symbol? It depends on what symbol we're looking at. Are you there?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I tapped out.
Don't be sorry. So do you see this thing here?
Yeah.
This is an astrological chart. And each one of these symbols has a certain meaning. The same way that when you are, do you drive?
Yeah.
You've been at a stop sign before, right?
Yeah.
What does a stop sign mean to you?
Where you gonna stop?
Exactly. So that's easy for you to understand because you've worked with that for so long. I've worked with this symbol for so long, and I've learned that not only through looking at it, but also through practicing with interpreting it in other people's charts and comparing it with their life experiences, that this is the planet that has to do with one's mental capacity, one's logic, reason, and rationalizing. This symbol here. So this symbol being located, positioned mathematically, astronomically in the zodiac sign of Cancer has another layer to the interpretation. Not only is it mindset, but with it being in Cancer, it adds this emotional layer to it. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, briefly understand it.
And then there's another, hang on. Sorry, then there's another symbol here. This is 6, which is a symbol for this compartment here, which Mercury is located in. So we have 3 symbols here without any of this, all just focusing here.
Yeah.
We have Mercury symbol interpreted as something, Cancer symbol interpreted as something, the 6th house, or the number 6, which is the symbol for the 6th house, this compartment, which is an actual time of day. has a certain meaning. And I've looked at that and observed that pattern so many times. Like a machine processes chocolate over and over and over and over and over again to recognize that it has a certain interpretation. But if you haven't looked at that with that many repetitions, all of this might look like a foreign language to you.
Yeah, it looked pretty confusing. It just had all points all over it with a line connecting to each point.
Yes, and so that's what that is, but it's not confusing once you start unpacking it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So what do you know from your chart? What piece do you know?
Oh, nothing, to be honest. It was a bit overwhelming to me, so I just sort of put it aside.
Have you heard about it before?
Oh, not in the way that you just explained it. It was a good sort of brief little explanation. I had like a hypnotherapist sort of do a reading once for me, but that was a few years ago.
Yeah, hypnotherapy is a little bit different from...
Oh, he's into like astrology and all that as well.
So he was into symbolism, interpreting symbols.
Yeah, he said ever since he was a kid, he's sort of been, I guess, very different to other people.
Okay.
Really spiritual and stuff, and connected to other things that most people aren't.
Okay.
I believe him too.
You believe him?
Yeah.
Okay, that's awesome. Do you remember anything that he shared with you about your astrological chart and that he did astrology charts?
No, I can't really. Like, I just remember him telling me I was going to have a hard time with things in that year. And it was true, too. I did go through, like, some pretty rough times. But, yeah, that's about it. I didn't really sort of ask too much.
Okay.
Yeah, how can I sort of read it myself a bit better based on that chart?
From my perspective, the best way, the starting point for you to begin to read it for yourself is to comprehend what the base meaning of the symbols mean before you start making sense of it. Like before you start driving a car and you're allowed to drive a car, there's certain things that you have to learn, not only with the symbols that you see in the road and in the street, but also with how to navigate the car itself. Like, how do I turn? How do I change gears? Like, is it stick? So there's certain base formulas or basics that one needs to know before they can actually drive a car or ride a bike. And so just like that with astrology, the symbolism and interpreting each of the pieces is the beginning stages to you interpreting the chart for yourself.
Yeah, okay. Sounds like there's a lot to learn.
There's a lot to learn in anything. What do you do for a living?
Oh, I do stuff with computers.
You do stuff with computers. To a person who doesn't do stuff with computers, that would seem like a lot. But to you, it's easy, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, guess or no? Do you guess it? I mean, it either is or easy or it's not easy. Is it hard?
Well, it can be as complicated as you want to make it, I guess.
Fair. How many?
You can never learn everything about it.
True. It's it's a lifestyle.
Yeah.
I think that's the way with a lot of things. I feel like that's also with me interpreting the symbolism. But you've had a lot of reps with one area of computers, I assume, correct?
Yeah, I suppose so. Particular field.
Right. So it seems easy to you, but the easiness is because you have had a lot of repetitions.
Yeah.
So the idea of it being hard is neither here nor there. It's a matter of repetitions. It's not a matter of hard or easy. It's a matter of reps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you do readings for people?
I do chart interpretations for people, yes.
Oh, yeah, interpretation. Sorry, I should have said that.
I mean, it's the same thing. Reading is interpretation. It's really me. It's something that I'm working with my own neural networks. But yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Same thing.
You want to give mine a go? Or what information
I don't want... It's not that I don't. I would love to give yours a go. However, I do this for a living, but I am asking and allowing people to ask me one question with their chart. That's what I was getting to with you, to see what question that you had or an inquiry. as opposed
okay.
to a general statement about the chart, which leads me into, because I have such a love for this, which leads me into talking for an hour and a half or 20 minutes on the subject with no end. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I'm
absolutely.
offering myself from the years of my study and turning that into one question and working on guiding the conversation back to that one question, because I know that I like to talk for a long time about the topic. So I'm practicing boundaries with myself.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Thanks for the chat. I'll let you get someone else up.
You're welcome.
Yeah, see you.
Later. Ladies and gentlemen, Matt. If you just got here, welcome. You're invited to be a guest to ask one question. And sometimes I do more than, like, I go a little bit further because I love this stuff. So I find myself wanting to be precise, like a Virgo, like the archetype of Virgo, and get to an end. And that goes with what I woke up with this morning, with learning to let go. So I'm a work in progress. To be thankful, smile, and to let go. Who's next? Or have we reached the end? Have we reached the end? Interesting, fascinating connection that the archetype of Virgo and how it connects to the physiology. And when we look at the function of said body part or the physiology, we can find, or we can observe a function that can be incorporated into the interpretation. Fascinating. Peristaltic waves occur mainly in the digestive tract, specifically in the esophagus, stomach, and intestine. So that wave-like function is happening as soon as you swallow. It waves and waves through the stomach and pushes to the intestine, and then it waves all the way until the movement of said food through waste, for the sake of conversation. The moving, peristaltic. Word of the day, peristaltic. Fascinating. Okay, I redid my chart. It was sky at glance with sun. Okay, come on up here. Come back up. You found it. You have more. Come on up. Raise your hand. I'll invite you as to be invited to be a guest. Raise your hand. I do much better with communicate. Ladies and gentlemen, Matt again.
Probably get a pen if you can write it down. It's hard for me to. I'll have to tab out and back in. I'll just do that. I'll just tab out and just say what it says.
Say what?
It says Pisces and 29 degrees and 33.
Okay, that's 29 degrees. 29 degrees and 33 arc minutes is how you read that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the moon one is Cancer, 19 degrees and 34.
19 degrees, 34 arc minutes of Cancer. So the sun is located there. Does it say the AC or ASC for ascendant?
I'm not sure. I can't actually see that.
On the left side of the circle, it may have an AC number, or the outer edge of the circle, it'll have, let me show you here. On the outer edge of this circle, do you see that? Like, this is the AC point. Every circle, every chart, this is the AC point. So even though this doesn't say AC, I know that this number, this arrow is pointing to the point of ascension, because the sun rises. This in this graph, in this chart, through doing this so many times, this is the point where the sun rises. This is 12 noon, and this is when the sun sets, and this is called the descendant, where the sun sets.
Oh, okay.
I'm looking at
those very outer thing. Maybe I didn't do a good sight.
It just might be different. It just might not be, because of the repetitions, you might not be able to notice it. But it may have a degree here and a sign that's on the left side. Welcome in YouTube. If you have a question about your chart, you're more than welcome to ask it. Go ahead.
Yeah, they just have like the star sign names written there.
What sign name does it say?
It says Scorpio on the far left.
On the far left here? Okay, so that would be interpreted as a Scorpio rising. So you were born in the evening time between 8 p.m. and 10 p.m.-ish?
Yeah, 8:30.
You were born at 8:30? Okay, so that's probably Scorpio on the ascendant, I would assume, even though we don't have the degree. So when you were born, the sun was in Pisces, the moon was in Cancer, and the ascendant is Scorpio.
Oh, yeah, so it's ascending and rising? Yeah.
Ascending,
right, cool.
Yes. The word ascending, the word ascension, this word rising are synonymous with each other, pointing to this left side of the circle, and this arrow is pointing to the exact point. And the point is talking about the specific degree of said zodiac sign there. So that chart that you're looking at may not say that, but that's what's actually happening, and that's not explained too much, but there that is. The ascendant, ascension, and rising are the same, synonymous with each other.
Yeah. Man, it's weird that I've sort of come across your channel, well, I feel like anyway, because I have sort of looked into this in more recent times, just not very long ago, but it sort of just went over my head. And then I was in another stream and I just randomly sat in it, and then the guy was just talking about it. And he's who pointed me to this, he did a card reading for me, that's right. I've never really asked him to do that, but I just thought, yeah, go for it. And then he started talking about astrology and like readings for that, and asked if I was interested. And I thought, I guess that's kind of weird, because like I had been looking at it, and then so I did the sort of chart, and it was just a bit confusing to me again. But yeah, now I've come across your channel, so I don't know if that's just me being pointed to all these right things. Maybe I should look into it a bit more.
Yeah, I think that what's happening, from my observation, I think what's happening is because we're in algorithmic, with these computers, with algorithm, and what we familiarize and what we preview, I'm of the mind that the streams and the content, whether it's a live or whether it's a piece of content, is offered to the individual if they frequent a topic. So you were offered me because you frequented astrology, so they were like, hey, try this guy.
Yeah.
I don't think that it's...
TikTok, though.
Say again?
I'm pretty new on TikTok, though.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If you're new on TikTok, the algorithm is trying to learn. I could be wrong. But what I think is happening is that if a person is new to TikTok, it even makes it even that much more, where the thing that you last previewed, the algorithm will share with you and offer you those things when you get on the app immediately. Like, here, check this out. It's like a salesman on Canal Street trying to sell you a piece of clothing or a purse or something. Hey, look at mine, look at mine, look at mine, look at here, to keep you in the app. Because it's an algorithmic thing, I think. I could be wrong though.
But my past sort of interest was before I even sort of looked at TikTok. So that's the thing that sort of makes me think, that's a bit strange. But explanations are cool though, I like them.
Yeah, I think it may be looked at as strange, but I think that it's also across platforms too. I think YouTube and TikTok are watching each other in the background. And it works like that. Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, even though they're enemies or they're separate in themselves, I'm of the mind that in the phone, that's why when you click on certain apps, it asks you, hey, can we track your stuff? And they're asking you, can they track your stuff so that they can connect you with something that you're familiar with naturally, so you don't have to do too much looking. But I could be wrong. I'm not sure. But anyway, moving forward, now that we have found, you've discovered something right now. You've just discovered 3 pieces of information that are astrologically attached to you, if you will.
Yeah.
In your birth, as far as the celestial arrangement. The sun was in Pisces the last 12 hours of Pisces before it switched to Aries. The moon was positioned in Cancer, and the rising sign was Scorpio. So what's your question from that? Now that you have that information, what's your question?
Well, I don't actually know what that means, if I'm being honest.
That's fair. So, it has a lot. Go ahead.
Sorry, you go.
No.
I was just going to ask what sort of things you can actually interpret from just knowing these things.
Yeah, there's so much. There's so much. And that's one of the reasons why I'm actually offering one question, because I love this stuff, so I can talk for like hours about it. You see what I'm saying? No, don't be sorry. It's communication. It's data. You just got here, so I'm explaining it to you. So there are many interpretations. When I remember in the beginning of the conversation when you came up here and I was talking about this compartment, this area here, I said that this symbol Mercury, this is symbol Cancer, and this is the 6, which denotes the 6th house. I gave one interpretation for those 3 symbols, but there's many interpretations for a symbol. Now, the many interpretations are grouped around a same idea, but there's many interpretations that can be for this symbol, many interpretations for this symbol, many interpretations for this symbol, but they're around the same area.
So can you get mixed up with the interpretations, or can you sort of narrow it down to a correct one?
There's no right or wrong interpretation. That's the thing. And so what I've recognized and observed is that over the course of time of me seeing Mercury and Cancer in the 6th, Mercury and Cancer in the 6th, and a person telling me what happens. Mercury, Cancer in the 6th, a person telling me what happens. Mercury and Cancer in the 6th, those multiple repetitions give me an idea of what Mercury and Cancer in the 6th could possibly be through repetitions. You see what I'm saying? And that is where I'm of the mind is the artisticness of interpreting a chart.
Alright. Do you reckon if I screenshot the chart, put it in like, say, ChatGPT, for example, then it could do a decent reading, or do you think that wouldn't do a very big job?
I think that it would give you information. It wouldn't be so bad. It wouldn't be so bad because the ChatGPT is deriving information from what's already said on the internet, so it wouldn't do so bad as an interpretation, honestly. But it wouldn't be from a person. What ChatGPT does is not and cannot be replicated by the uniqueness of a person interpreting from their experience. ChatGPT is telling you from what a bunch of people said, as opposed to the way I interpret it is from my specific experience.
Yeah. And do you think, like, are there any birth dates or anything in particular that stand out to you, like, regularly? Like, any that you think are, like, more interesting than others, for example?
No. They're all interesting. But what comes to mind are some of the planetary arrangements or relationships. Like, for example, this here, the sun close to Jupiter, that is something that sparks my interest when I recognize planets in closeness and proximity, or a bunch of planets together in one compartment.
Okay. What does it? What's the importance of it being close together?
The importance of it being close together is both of the archetypes or the natures combine into one force.
Okay. Yeah, I do have some that are close together on two of the sections of mine.
So those two sections, those planets there would combine forces. It's like Transformers.
Yeah, two of them have three in the same thing.
And those are
And some
three forces that combine into one, and they work together. Whether it's a good working together or a bad, they still work together. It's like three computer geniuses being in the same room, if you will, working together.
Yeah.
That's a lot more powerful than one computer genius, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, same concept.
And where it's positioned, does that like have any sort of time of when it sort of has any effect on a person of the year, or is that just a thing that's just their lifelong traits, for example? I don't know if I'm asking the right questions because I'm pretty new to all this.
The question is fine. It's broad. It's a time. It's based on time as far as the, like, for example, in the beginning of the conversation, I shared with you these three symbols. This compartment, 6, is a time of day, and the zodiacal sign is a time of year.
Okay.
So each of these zodiacal signs on the outer edge are a time of year, and the place in the chart itself is a time of day.
Yeah, I think I get what you mean. So, for example, not saying that any of them do this, but if there was something that signifies luck, you could determine the time of year and time of day where you would be most luckiest, as an example.
Yes.
Is that fair? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, you got me pretty interested in the topic. So, yeah, thanks for the chat.
Yeah, I'm on a quest not to say what I would or would not do. It may benefit you to absorb as much as you can about the basics, and the interest to propel you to keep going with the basics is the comprehending your own chart. So what you're doing, what I'm trying to say is that what you're doing is the course of action that I would suggest for a person in the beginning stages.
Yeah, okay.
Is to explore, because there's a lot of symbolism here. And so it's to explore the symbolism in the map that you're looking at right there.
Yeah, all right.
You know, that's the beginning stages.
Cool.
So thank you for the follow, and you're welcome to come and listen and ask questions. I'm always doing lives.
Yeah, I'll check you out whenever I see you on.
No problem. Thanks for
that.
Thanks for coming up. You're welcome.
Yeah. All right, see ya.
Later. Ladies and gentlemen, Matt. All right, T-Jack left. Who's next? If you just got here, welcome. Grand Rising. I woke up this morning with 3 things. Be thankful, smile, and let go. In addition to that, after I talked about that, I was talking about the planet Mercury and it being in retrograde. Mercury went retro. T-Jack. Ladies and gentlemen, T-Jack.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you? I didn't even realize there was a delayed connection for you to come up here. Welcome.
Yes, I was waiting a little bit.
Thank you for. I'm good. Thank you for your patience. What's your question that you have for me?
I was just wondering if you could touch on my astrology a bit.
You have one question. I'm offering people come up here, invited to be a guest, to ask me a question. What's your question about astrology?
Well, I was just wondering if you could confirm my natal chart.
Confirm it? Confirm what in your natal chart?
Well, if you could just use the chart and show me how, like, I know a little bit about astrology and Western zodiac. I'm just not sure how the chart reading works. So I'm curious to go through it with yourself.
Okay, so that's not something that I'm offering here live.
Okay.
That would be something that would be a more in-depth service from my understanding, and I wouldn't mind doing that with you. You could DM me and we can set up a time to be able to do that. But what I'm offering here today is for you to ask me one question. So if your question is, I would like to confirm my rising sign from the information that I have, then I could do that with you, and that would be your one question. Anything more in depth would be a service that I provide.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'll slide into the DMs.
Well, do you have a question?
It's more than just a question. So I mean, like you said, it's something that you have to do a one-on-one.
But would you be able to shorten the question to be able to get some insight for what it is that I'm offering here today?
Well, the thing is like I said, I know a lot about this. It's the confusion starts with the reading of the charts. So I was hoping that, we could go through it together.
Okay, so if I'm hearing you correctly, your question is, how do you read the chart, or how do I interpret what you are questioning as an interpretation?
I would more or less like to learn how to read the naval charts.
Okay. So, I don't know if you heard the last conversation, but the start to reading an astrological chart is to comprehend the components of the chart.
Right.
And if you know about the components, the art of astrology, from my perspective, is how you combine the components together from your experiences over the course of time, and the repetitions that you have with reading said symbolisms in a certain area. That's how you read the chart.
Okay.
And the skill set for you to say, okay, well, I can read charts, and is your confidence in interpreting the symbolism in the chart, which comes through repetition. So what I'm trying to say is that you could know every piece of each character trait of all of the symbolism, but maybe you're slow on the interpretation, and that right there is a matter of exercising a muscle through repetition. And so it comes, but it comes through time, and it's based on how much time and how many reps you incorporate. Arnold Schwarzenegger has a lot of muscles because he has a lot of repetitions pushing the muscles. That's the only reason he has.
It's neuroplasticity.
It's exactly neuroplasticity. Absolutely. So that's how to be a proficient at interpreting a chart is based on time. But if you're interested in how I interpret the chart and you want to go through it with me, I want to give you a disclaimer that that's not going to make or bring you to a point where you now know how to interpret the chart, because there's no repetitions there. It's just you listening to me. You'll grasp and absorb some pieces of information, but by listening to someone interpret a chart the one time is not enough for you to then absorb it. There has to be a repetition.
Do you follow Santos Bonacci at all?
Santos Bonacci is one of my first teachers, yeah.
Yes, the man is amazing. I study a lot of his work.
So if you watch Santos Bonacci's earlier videos repetitiously, there'll be something that happens in your neural networks where you'll begin to build bridges around concepts and symbolism. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
But you will not get it by watching one of Santos Bonacci's videos, because there's a plethora of information that he has, and that's because he has a lot of reps.
Yes, I want to master it. I don't want to be, confirmation bias. I want to really, really have a full understanding of it.
So what you're talking about is a matter of doing more reps.
Yeah. Energy flows where attention goes, right? So
neurons fire together and wire together.
That's right. Well said.
Yeah.
Well, I won't hold your page up, but I thank you for your time today, and I will definitely slide into those DMs. We'll chat.
Yeah, we could definitely set an hour and I could share with you some basics and connect. What I like about myself, what I love about myself is that I'm very good with creating metaphors, because over the course of the past 2.5+ decades, I've taken the time to really be in depth with how astrology contrasts with actual life.
It's micro and macrocosmisms. We are pretty much here in this human experience playing cosmic peekaboo with ourselves, because everything is energy.
That's fair. I can identify with that.
Do you know about like Taoism, which is energyism? In physics, in quantum physics, we call it the Higgs boson, which is the electrical field. It's the sacred geometry that is the veil between what we see and what we cannot see. It's the matter that makes up this reality.
That's some of that information is new. Thank you for sharing that with me. I have to check that out. Send it to me in the DMs when you slide into the DMs. Let's talk about it.
We should definitely link up and chat, because I think with what you could teach me, I could also teach back.
That's fair.
Other ways. Yeah.
That's fair.
So I'm going to give you a follow. I'm going to slide to those DMs. And
yeah.
yes,
you don't have to slide. You don't have to slide. You could just walk into them. You could just gradually walk. Knock on the door. You know, open the door. You don't have to slide.
Well, you know I'm patient. I waited to be here, so I'll wait for a reply.
I appreciate you saying that.
I appreciate your time. What's your name?
Victor.
Victor. I'm
yes.
Terry.
Terry, good to meet you.
Good to meet you well.
All right.
All right, we'll talk soon.
All right, take care. Have a good day.
You too.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Ladies and gentlemen, Terry. What's going on, Broccoli Head? What's up with the new Gen Z doing this stuff, the broccoli stuff? They're obsessed with broccoli, but they don't like to eat it. I personally eat broccoli. Well, I like broccoli, but don't cook the broccoli and overcook the broccoli. Don't overcook the broccoli. Don't do it. I won't eat it. I don't know what's up with Gen Z and them not liking broccoli. Maybe they haven't looked at the nutritional value. Some people say that the broccoli is genetically modified. I don't know. You'd have to ask each individual Gen Zer. You're back. Welcome. You're gone. If you just got here, welcome. If you're interested in me answering one of your questions about your astrological chart, that's what I'm offering here today. Who's next? Ladies and gentlemen, lady, how are you?
Okay, thank you. I don't have my astrological chart. I never really got one, but I was seeing if you have a suggestion of where or what tool to use to generate my astrological chart.
What website or app?
Like, what do you have a recommendation? Okay, I didn't know if y'all were working with a specific one that y'all liked or not. I can just Google it. If not, I don't
Nah, it's not as it's what I use. I use Astro Gold, which is an app that looks like this. But I hesitated because I don't think that this is the best app or best chart for you to look at if you're new to looking at your astrological chart. The best type of chart for you to look at for your astrological chart is actually astro.com, but it takes some tinkering with it and understanding of the site in order to generate a chart for yourself.
Oh, I won't be doing that because that means I have to know what I'm doing to tinker with it.
Yes.
Generate it.
Yes. But it's not hard, though. It just takes a little bit of time. Yeah. But if you want to know what your big three, your sun, moon, and rising sign, I can generate and ask that. I can share that with you if that's your one question that you'd like to ask for today.
Oh, no, that's okay.
You sure? Okay. Do you have a question about your chart or the charting period?
I don't know what to ask because I don't understand it. I don't know what you're presenting, so I don't know how to get into the dialogue. I don't
Okay.
have a chart, so I don't have one generated, so I don't know what to ask you.
So let me practice this for a moment, because it sounds like I'm hearing you say that you're interested in knowing how to read the chart. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, I mean, yes, I can ask a question at least or get into it, but besides, I don't know how to read it. So with that being said, what can I ask you?
Anything. What would you like to ask me?
Okay, well, if I tell you my zodiac sign, are you answering questions about zodiac signs?
Yeah, if you know your zodiac sign and you have a question about your zodiac sign, that's a perfect segue.
Oh, well, I actually, this is not, okay, I'm going to switch it. I want to ask about Virgo. It's not my sign, but you were talking about the waves,
Peristalsis, peristaltic, peristaltic waves.
Yeah, I wanted you to go into that because that's when I came into the room when you were talking about that.
What would you like me to go
Virgo
into?
left.
What would you like to go? You're asking me what is peristalsis?
Yeah, and I will say that it doesn't have anything to do. Yeah, what is it?
Peristalsis peristalsis is the movement of food that starts from the mouth. Peristaltic waves is something that happens in the esophagus, the stomach, and the intestines. And so it's a wave-like function, like the food, the body in the esophagus, it moves the food down like this. You know, it makes me think of the the brothers who are in Ethiopia. They do this dance where they're like, you seen the dance? You seen that dance? Yeah. So the body does like that. The body does like that. It does I'm not even doing it right, but it does that dance to move the food through all the way to the waist. Are you with me?
Yeah.
That's what peristalsis is. And I recognize over the years of my study that peristalsis, which is mainly happens in the digestive tract, can be associated with the zodiacal sign Virgo.
But I thought everybody would have what you just described.
Everybody does have that.
Okay, so I associate it with Virgo.
Why do I associate it with Virgo?
Everybody has that.
Because Virgo, the zodiac sign Virgo, from my studies and my research, correlates to the intestines.
Okay, so why does the Virgo have intestinal problems? That's what I want to know. I have to try to resolve it.
There's many different reasons why a person would have intestinal issues. I don't think that it's limited to finding that through astrological methods.
But it is because Virgo rules the intestines.
Right, but just because Virgo correlates to the intestines, it doesn't mean that every intestinal issue is related to Virgo. There's some people who are not Virgos who have intestinal issues, and that's a different mechanism or methodology.
Yeah. But I'm not talking about anybody else, just the Virgos. So okay. Well, I guess you answered it. Well,
yeah.
Okay. Well,
I'm not of the mind. You're welcome. I'm not of the mind that only Virgos have intestinal issues.
Well, I'm talking about the ones that do, and they rule the intestines.
Right.
So I'm asking, what could anything be said to address that?
Yes.
Virgo having intestines.
Yes, there's many different ways to assess that. And before assessing that, I would like to mention the fact that every Virgo or every person who was born when the sun was in Virgo doesn't have the same chart dynamic. So the methodology or the remedy for that individual may differ when it comes to looking at the mechanics of the chart. And so there's more than that variation. But the remedy I have found when it comes to intestinal issues, putting astrology to the side for a moment, there's different things. Like for me, when my stomach is upset, my digestive tract is upset, I'll eat ginger, or I'll drink some warm tea. But that's not astrological. Before it's even astrological, I would just look at that for ways in which to settle my stomach, if that makes sense.
Oh, of course it makes sense.
Yeah.
But with a Virgo, it's going to be more intense because they rule the intestines. So it's not, and generally speaking about the Virgo that has intestinal problems because they are a Virgo and they rule the intestines.
I would agree with you in some cases, and then in other cases, I would say that it's a matter of more components to arrive at that. If that makes sense. Yeah.
If what?
I said if that makes sense.
No.
It doesn't?
No, not to me.
Well, I'm saying that there's more.
Well, see, the major component is being the Virgo that is the component.
I don't think that's the only component, and it may not be the major component when we look at the actual chart, is what I'm saying.
Oh, because the chart could give reasons why they and am I having intestine problems? The entire chart for that Virgo?
Yeah, there's people that I've recognized who have intestinal issues that are not a Virgo or don't have any planets in Virgo, but they have intestinal issues.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna disconnect now.
Okay. Does that make sense to you though, or no?
No.
Okay.
Because that would just be like, well, it could be any reason under the sun. But we are speaking of the sun signs, and I'm giving you the information about the zodiac sign that obviously has that problem correlated to them. So, and I'm looking at the chat. So no, it doesn't make sense.
I mean, it could amplify it, like Octu was saying. It could amplify or it could point to it, but there also may be more.
It is amplified because they are a Virgo.
Okay.
What you were saying, what I heard you say is it depends on what else is in the chart. So I don't know how to read the chart. So I don't know how to interpret like what you mean to be other things, because to me the major factor is being the Virgo. I don't know what you mean when you say other stuff in the chart, like other signs and stuff.
Yeah, other aspects and other relationships in the chart. So this is the zodiacal sign Virgo. This is the symbol for Virgo. Which is an area in the chart that could potentially point to intestinal issues. And this
looks like intestines.
Excuse me?
Sideways. I said it looks like intestines.
It does look
sideways.
It does look like the intestines a little bit. This compartment, this 6, the number 6 here, is the symbol for the 6th house. First house, second house, third house, fourth house, fifth house, 6. This is the natural compartment for the zodiacal sign Virgo. In this chart, Virgo is not in the 6th, but this 6th compartment is another area of the chart that could point to intestinal issues. So what I'm trying to say is that it's more than just an individual being a sun sign in Virgo. When I said other things, to be more precise, the other things are other components, other areas of the chart, as well as relationships that planets make to Virgo, or that relationships that planets make to the 6th house.
Thank you for explaining. I understand now. I do understand. I appreciate that.
Yeah. So I wasn't trying to be dismissive. I was trying to say that there's more. And from the years that I've studied and looked at it, it's more than a person just being a Virgo sun sign.
Okay, I see now.
Okay. Thank you.
So I'll have to get the chart and look at the chart to see what are the reasons. If it's in the chart, it'll show me, I guess.
Well, you would look at it piece by piece, the same way that you eat a meal, spoon by spoon or fork by fork. You would then take piece by piece and say, okay, this is Virgo. Okay, let me see if there's anything in the 6th house. Let me see if there's any planets that are aspecting Virgo. When I say aspect, like relationships between how far, because the relationship that a planet is to a sign has a certain interpretation.
So I don't know if I go to astro.com because that sounds like it could be like complicated. But I'll try that one first. Like I guess I will go through it. Then I'll get some other ideas after I go through that.
Yeah, astro.com is actually an excellent site. If you take your time piece by piece, you can definitely figure it out.
Okay. Because some sites will just give you the charts. So when you say take piece by piece, I have to feed the information. So how what I mean? Why recommend that one?
I recommend that one because that one, as far as the diagram, like this charting here is, I would say it's for people who are a little more advanced. And the reason why I say that is because you can see this symbol here. I know that this symbol is Capricorn, and because it says 28 or it says 5 degrees, I know that if this distance, my 2 fingers were Capricorn and I placed it, I know that Capricorn is like this, approximately. So I know where it starts and where it ends visually because I've used astro.com so many times and I was able to see that distinction. But if an individual is in the beginning stages of comprehending the chart, they may not comprehend that, and it may get confusing real quick if you don't have each of the symbolisms of the symbols explained in detail. And astro.com is the best charting system that I've worked with that explains and shows those detailed differentiations.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
All right.
Yeah. But I think that if you take your time, you definitely can figure it out. And you can even go to YouTube and put how to astro.com, and there'll be a couple of videos that there'll be people showing you how to navigate astro.com, actually. And you can watch a video.
Is there a point in me reading the chart when there are sites that just read it for you and I put it in plain English? Does that, you know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean.
Is that not something that's out there?
It is something that's out there. So you can put it in ChatGPT, give ChatGPT your birthday, and it'll give you the information. You might have to check it, but there's plenty of sites that can just give you the information as opposed to you looking it up and knowing that it's accurate because you've looked at the information before. So what I'm saying is this.
Recommend that? Do you recommend knowing how to read the chart myself as opposed to it just being read by the computer system?
Absolutely.
It'll be more technically there. All the information. I won't miss anything.
I would say to get the information from the computer and let the computer be technical once you have a base understanding, because if you don't have a base understanding and you just go with what the computer says, the computer can make mistakes, and then you're in a whole heap of trouble because you're now interpreting or having ideas about something that the computer made a mistake about, as opposed to you knowing the basics. If you know the basics, when the computer makes a mistake, you can check it and catch it, as opposed to not knowing the basics. Then anybody can just tell you anything. And you don't know if it's true or not. You're like, oh yeah, I heard that. And you might run for a couple of years with the wrong information.
Okay. Got another human error too. So I was thinking, well, with the computer, it'd be less error.
Right. But the error comes... Pardon me, go ahead.
I was like, even this day and age, it's much better with the errors. But anyway, you'd recommend knowing how to read it myself, the chart. Okay.
Yeah, and like Octu said, Google can give you a broad overview of your chart as well. If you're asking me, I think that there's an issue with only going with what the computer is saying and not having an idea of the basics. There's a general consensus about the basic symbol, the interpretation of the symbols that are used in the astrological chart. There should be a general consensus about what the moon is interpreted as, what Venus is interpreted as, and once you have that base, use the computer all you want. But if you don't have a base and the computer tells you something and the computer makes a mistake, there's no way for you to check it. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. And let's see. And then is there different ways, like different charts? Does even though like it's does it give you info like a chart for this or a chart for that, or is it just one chart for that person? Like a marriage chart, a work chart, or is everything all encompassed in the one chart?
Yes and no. Yes and no. So you can look at an individual chart and you can see what the potential for marriage or the temperature or the weather of marriage for the individual. And you can also look at your chart in contrast with another chart, and that can also add to the interpretation in a relationship chart. And that's called a synastry chart and or a composite chart, which is a midpoint chart. But that's getting into more details of understanding and comprehending the different types of charts. And if you're getting into that technicality, if you don't have a base knowledge of the symbolisms of the chart, you can get lost really, really quick. And so that's why again I say to have a base instead of just asking the computer.
Mm-hmm. And with the chart, you just explained. Would that be like layered on top of each other, or you're just looking at each chart individually and putting things together?
Synastry is
like one chart.
Yes and no. Synastry is an overlay of on top of the other chart or just on the outside of the wheel or the chart. That's synastry. And composite chart is the midpoint between. Like let's say this person has Venus in Virgo and the other person has Venus in Cancer. The midpoint or composite Venus would be in Leo because they meet there, midpoint. So there's two ways in which to look at and view a compatibility chart with a partner, or three ways you can look at. Yeah, you can look at your own. Yeah.
Okay. So it really has to be studied then.
Before you even start studying it, to have an understanding of the basics, which are the interpretations for the symbols.
Okay.
And I had shared this earlier. It's a matter of repetitions and your consistency and your routine or your exercise of practicing what Venus means to a point where you can have your eyes closed and I say, what are 3 character traits of Venus? And you be like, bop, bop, bop. You be like beauty, union, and compatibility. I look at this, I look at this symbol, I say, okay, what's your name? Lady. I say, lady, and give me 3 characteristics of this symbol here. And then you close your eyes. I say, close your eyes now. Close your eyes. And you close your eyes and you're like, okay, Mercury, logic, reason, and rationale with your eyes closed. And then I go over to this planet. I go over here, bada-bop. I go over here to the moon. And I say, lady, give me 3 characteristic traits of the moon. I say, keep your eyes closed. And you close your eyes and you say, okay, emotions, family, and protective. And I'm like, that was too long. Took you too long. No, I'm just kidding. But do you get my idea, what I'm saying?
Yeah, I appreciate your. Yeah,
I appreciate you for asking your questions.
Okay then. Thank you. I'll be in the chat.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, lady. You have to click on your picture and then hit the word disconnect. Who's next? Welcome in if you're on YouTube. How are you? If you're just getting here, welcome. I'm live on TikTok and YouTube. I wish that I could bring people up on stage here, but if you have a question about your chart, one question. Lady did a series of questions, but I gave her a pass because she's in the beginning stages, and I exercised a little more care with Lady. I hope she appreciated that. She did. She said thank you. But one question about your chart. If you're new, I might give you a little bit more in a direction. I might direct you into an area because I love this stuff. I love this stuff so much that I can get lost in time. One question. Who's next? You can ask your question from the chat if you're shy. Now, if you come up here, scratch that. So I woke up this morning with three things. Be thankful, smile, and let go. I even Googled how to let go. Let me find it to remind myself, because this, I'm also learning today. I'm learning how to let go. Stop fighting. Allow yourself to feel sadness or anger without trying to fix or banish the feeling right away. Observe it. But like with that, what I'm noticing with myself, what I'm noticing is that it's one thing to feel it. And then there's a subtlety to actually attaching to the feeling. And then you're like holding your head down. And you're like, oh, it's me, I'm this feeling. There's a subtlety to being the feeling, or like separating, like, oh, a part of me. So it says here, I don't mean to yell. I've had a coffee, so I'm yelling. But I don't mean to yell at you. Okay? So don't think I'm yelling at you. Where does it say this? It says, watch your thoughts. Watch them. It says, watch your thoughts here. It says, stop fighting. Feel it. But there's a subtlety to feeling it. You don't don't be like, oh, I am the sadness, and then you start walking around with your head down. Watch your thoughts. That's observation. Notice what your mind tells you. Shh, wait. What'd you say? What did you just say about? What did you just say about me? Did you just say that I'm nothing? That's not true. Create physical space. Remove reminders, text messages, or items that pull you back into the old situation. Just observe it. Separate it. Separate. Somewhere I read here that it said to label it. What I've been doing, what's been helpful for me, is to label it as a part of me. Like, I'm noticing that I'm irritated. It says that that's okay to feel it, but don't say I am the anger. No. So label it. Even speaking it, I'm noticing a part of me is irritated. There's an intervention there. Excuse me. There's an intervention there. Anybody notice that? Am I speaking? Anybody? And am I the only one here? Am I the only one here? I'm the only one? The last stage of letting go is acceptance. I'm working with that. Acceptance and letting go. They disrespected me. No. You're gonna pay for this, brother. You're gonna pay. You're gonna pay for this. You're gonna pay for this. You're gonna pay. How are they gonna pay? Why would they pay for it? Can I talk a bit about body parts and planets like Mercury, arms, hands, etc., just as Gemini? Yes and no. You can ask me a question in the comments. If you don't want to come up, you're invited to be a guest. If you don't want to come up and be a guest, you can ask me the question from the comments. All right? That's what I'm doing here. And the reason I'm doing that is because I'm working with myself with boundaries, establishing boundaries with myself, because I love this stuff so much. I get to talking endlessly, as you can tell in the last guest. I said one question, they asked 5. I still answered them, and I noticed it. I'm noticing it. Me acknowledging it, that's part of the intervention. I'm not an acceptance to the rule of being caught in this dynamic of catching myself and becoming aware. It's one of the main reasons that I created the Virgo reset. Pluto transiting natal Venus in the 7th Aquarius for a year with eclipse in Leo Aquarius. That's not a question. Jaybird, how are you? That's not a question. What is your question? You're listing planetary stations, and what happens usually with me when someone does that, I'm like, okay, Pluto. Pluto transiting natal house and Venus in the 7th house. It could be now 30 minutes have passed. That's what I have services for, because I do this for a living. Actually, I don't know if you know that. I'm working right now. My work doesn't really seem like work because I love to do it, but it doesn't take away from the fact that I have to eat. Like it or leave it alone. One moment, while you digest that, I have nature's calling, whispering to me, I'm gonna go see what she wants. One question. One question. Thank you so much for the rose. Thank you so much. I always fear feeling it. It makes me think if I feel it, then I want more of that feeling I'm letting myself feel. Interesting. My question to you would be, where do you feel that in your body? Planets and body parts, that's okay as a question. Sure. What's your question about the body parts and the planets? What is your question about that? I would want to ask where do you feel that in the body? Libra's rising right now. At 11 a.m. The ascendant is Libra, 5 degrees. And the zodiacal sign Libra reminds me of reciprocity. How do you relate Mercury and Gemini with body parts? I don't relate. The correlation Mercury is to Gemini is something that I stumbled upon when I started studying and researching. They automatically relate by the law of that's a great question though, actually. How does Mercury relate to Gemini and body parts? I already know that Gemini is the arms, hands, and the lungs, and Mercury is the planet that rules Gemini. Thus, therefore, Mercury has the traits of arms, hands, and lungs in the nervous system. That's just the way that it is by the nature of Mercury. And they say it's medical astrology, but I don't agree that it's medical astrology. I think it's anatomy, and it may be physiological astrology, maybe. Medical astrology makes me think that we're actually getting into the remedies and the solutions to ailments. I guess physiologically is a start to that, so I don't know, but I disagree with it. Medical astrology is quite in depth. But it says here on the computer, it says in medical astrology, the planet Mercury rules zodiac sign Gemini, like I said, and together they govern the body's communication network, specifically targeting the nervous system, lungs, and the upper extremities like hands and arms. That's the rule. Why? That's how. Why? Let's see if there's a why. In astrology, Mercury relates to Gemini and specific body parts because it acts as the cosmic ruler of communication. Just like I said, movement and the nervous system. Mercury rules Gemini, connecting the signs, mental and physical agility to the body parts responsible for expression and sensory processing. That's why. Virgo also ruled by... No, Mercury rules Gemini, the zodiacal sign Gemini, and Virgo. Mercury rules the zodiacal sign Gemini, and it rules Virgo. That's what that is. That's the rule. Why does Mercury rule Gemini and Virgo? Why? So let me ask this question. This is question number 2 now. You're getting out of control. I'm just kidding. So let me ask this question. How would you say to someone you may hurt your arm when Mars conjunct Mercury? I would say it just like that. Just like you asked it. That would be a potential interpretation for Mars conjunct Mercury. Force, Mars is a forceful energetic, enthusiastic energy combines forces with the nervous system, but it's not limited to injury. Like I said before, there's a good and a bad interpretation for an aspect. I've been framing it as a sunny side of the street interpretation or a shadowy side of the interpretation. It's the same thing as good and bad. Okay, for the sake of the conversation, we'll use good and bad. For my mindset and my framework, sunny side, shadow side. Sunny side and shadow side is synonymous with a day, having a shadow, or even an individual working with the shadow side. When you're working with the shadow side, you're working with the negative aspects, or the aspects that you don't particularly care for. It's not bad, it's a shadow. Shadows aren't bad. A shadow's not bad on a sunny day. So that's why I get out of the good and bad stuff. You asked, your question, I think, was based on a conjunction. You said Mars conjunct Mercury. A square is a challenging aspect, and it's a little bit more of bringing building an evolutionary cycle and phase of learning a lesson through Mars, through using force and one's nervous system. But over time, there's a growth that happens. That's why I don't say good and bad, because a square is tense, but through that tension creates this growth. If it's a square. It's learning a lesson. Your challenge. If you look at watch this. See, this is where I get into the excitement. So let's look at a chart. Let's look at this. I'm not thinking of this chart. I'm actually thinking of Gemini. You may or may not get it. Let's work with simplicity. I don't want to use that example. I want to use Gemini and Virgo, being that we're talking about Gemini and Mercury. Gemini naturally squares as 90 degrees from Virgo. Are you with me there? Yes or no? The zodiacal sign Gemini is 90 degrees Virgo. Do you agree with me? Yes or no? Do you see that? Can you fathom that? Can you fathom that? Gemini, what's one character trait for Gemini? Empress, hey, you caught me live. Yes, you did. Thank you for liking the live. You can ask me one question about astrology or your astrological chart. I'm having a blast. I'm losing myself, maybe, in chart interpretation. I'm practicing the protege effect, offering one question about okay, give me one interpretation for Virgo. Chart interpretation as well as coaching, mixing the two together, having a blast. Do you have a question? Analytic, perfect. And right now I'm on TikTok as well, explaining the 90-degree aspect and the relation, what it causes in that square. Gemini speech, Virgo analysis. When I'm analyzing something and I'm speaking to somebody, sometimes I can speak to somebody and analyze something and they could take it in a critical way. There's a challenge there, and I learn a lesson. Hang on before you get to adding too much stuff. That's one of the reasons that I think that people spiral and are challenged with being able to interpret their astrological chart, because you're adding too much. You're trying to eat a meal with a spoon and a fork. You could do that if you want. A little bit messy, especially if you're hungry. You either use a spoon or use a fork. What I'm trying to say is do it piece by piece. I said one word for Gemini for a specific reason, for you to slow down to get the idea of what speech is. Because we're working with three components. We're working with the word speech, we're working with the lesson of the square, and we're working with analysis. So to understand that is a process in itself before we start adding other things. Does that make sense? Yes or no? There's many lessons through speaking and analyzing. And they can be good and they can be bad. You can talk to someone and be precise and analyze something that can be in their best interest, or you can speak Gemini and analyze and criticize someone where they take offense to it. Both are forms of growth. So the rule of thumb is that Gemini grows with Virgo. Virgo grows with Gemini, whether it's challenging or supportive. That's why I don't say good and bad. You see what I'm saying? Mercury is the planet that rules Gemini and Virgo. Mercury squares its home, both of its homes. It's the only planet that does that, which makes Mercury dynamic, not for nothing. According to my chart, why am I having such a hard time in life right now, financially and in love? That question is grounds for a chart a session. That question is so broad that I can spend an hour, and to be honest with you, that's a matter of more than just looking at one piece of the chart. Financially is the second house, Venus, and the aspects to Venus in the second house. Love is an entirely separate question, and that's the fifth house, the sun, and the aspects to the sun in the fifth house. And what I would do with that is I would go inside your chart and make distinctions with those pieces and give you an interpretation from my perspective. So when I say ask a question, be specific in your questioning. There's a difference. And I haven't done this, and not many people do this that have a love for astrology. They don't make that distinction. And I'm not mad or angry. I'm just sharing something that I'm practicing with myself. I'm practicing establishing boundaries. And see, like elite unit. Now, this is an example. See, someone puts Venus squaring Saturn, and because I love this, I would begin to interpret. But you've already asked your question, and now you're getting into chart interpretation, which is a service that I provide. Does that make sense? And so what I think you might be looking for, elite unit, is comprehending and absorbing how I interpret it, so then you can interpret it, which is fine. That's natural. That's a learning process. That wasn't for you? Who was it for? Empress, if you can be a little bit more precise on your question that you have about your chart. Oh, you were saying what Empress was saying. That's another piece. I said the second house in Venus, and I also said the fifth house in the sun, and you said Venus squaring Saturn, so that may be a feature to her Venus and her having a hard time. I see what you did there, crafty. You were hearing. That is actually part of where the art comes in, like hearing and having a framework for key words and attaching them to the symbols. Right? She said relationships. She said a hard time, which denotes a square. right? You heard Square when she said a hard time. There's a challenge. There's an opportunity for growth there in her life. She's at a phase of growth. In her wording, she said, why am I having such a hard time in life right now? Financially and in love. So from that wording, it brings the astrologer to say, there may be a second house issue, there may be a fifth house issue, there may be a Venus issue, there may be a Sun issue, there may be Saturn present. I'm thankful that I can even speak. Welcome in. If you just got here, hi. You're invited to be a guest to ask one question about astrology or your chart. Now, it's not an open-ended question. It's a specific question. In that I'm practicing establishing boundaries in my communication about the thing that I love to talk about. I'm establishing peace. Hallowed. I'm learning to establish boundaries. In the past, someone would just say, they might not even say the whole word astrology. They might say astro. And before they can even say astrology, I would have already started talking about today's math or today's planetary placements. So with that being said, I woke up this morning with 3 things. Be thankful. I'm thankful I can see. I'm thankful I can talk. I'm thankful that I can comprehend. Smile more. I learned that smiling, even if it's fake, it activates nerves in my face to change my mood and show my handsome gap in my teeth and the chip. I actually got 2 chipped teeth. 1, 2. Smile and letting go. There's an art to letting go. I'm relearning it because apparently I have forgotten. Anybody want to know how to let go, how I've researched how to let go? You're invited to be a guest. One of the things I've been doing is I've been pausing. I've been pause, stop. In the name of love, before you break my heart, stop. In the name of love, before you break my heart, gotta get over. So after you pause, name the feeling, name it. Irritated. I'm irritated. Urgh. It's interesting because when I name that I'm irritated, a part of me is irritated. In the past, when I said I'm irritated, I associated my entire being with only irritation. But that's not necessarily true. Stop in the name of love before you break my heart. Stop in the name of love before you. All right, if you just got here, that was the session, the song singing session. That's now over. What I'm doing here today is I'm answering one question that you have about astrology or your astrological chart. YouTube, thank you. 19 likes. Thank you. You're going to have to put yours in the comments if you have a question. Be succinct, be specific, be detailed, not an open-ended question. Who's next? Are you interested in this full moon and the configuration with the 4 degrees? Am I interested? I am interested. What, are you coming up to share something about that? Or what are you Cancer degree, ask how people been feeling lately. 4 degree, bar bolt. I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Welcome in if you just got here. If you have a question about astrology or your chart, one question, ask it. This is your time. This is your opportunity. Who's next? Pause and breathe. Stop what you're doing. Stop in the name of love. Take a slow, deep breath to calm your body. Name the feeling. Say out loud, I'm irritated. Or write it down, or write down what you feel, such as I feel sad or I feel angry. Drop the judgment. Remind yourself that feelings are just data, not emergencies. You are allowed to feel bad. Notice the physical sensation. Where do you feel it in your body? Feel where the emotion lives in your body. Without trying to change it. This is and be kind to yourself. How do you be kind to yourself? Treat yourself the way you would treat a good friend who is having a hard time. Are you thirsty? Yes, I am. I'm not angry for astrology. I was using that as an example. Irritation. And in this steps to accept your feelings. Hey, you're an all-star. Umbral enough. Empress, you're irritated? Where do you feel that in your body? Ladies and gentlemen, scroll. Scrollex 96.
Hey, what's up? How you getting on, brother?
Good. How are you? How are you, brother?
Yeah, very good, very good. It's
One
very
moment.
early hours in the
One
morning
moment.
where I am.
One moment, Scrollex. Let me. Someone's saying something. Empress, if your heart could speak, what would it say? Take your time. I'm with you. Scrollex, what do you say? What did you say? Pardon me. Go ahead.
Oh, it's very early hours in the morning where I am, bro.
Is it? Oh, you're in London. You're in England.
Yeah. No.
No?
Other side.
Other side?
Go south.
Australia.
Southeast.
Australia.
A little bit, just a little bit further.
A little bit further. I don't know where. A little bit further. I don't know.
Just a smidge past Australia, southeast.
Southeast. Oh, just a smidge. Like southeast. Like where? Like what is this?
Come on, brother. You got it.
I gotta know my planet. I gotta know my longitudes and my latitudes.
Yes, brother. Southern hemisphere.
Southern hemisphere.
Southeast, 2 islands, the long white cloud, brother. You got it.
Not Antarctica.
No, just a little bit north.
A little bit north. What is a little bit north of Antarctica? What is north of I have to look it up. Antarctica.
Long white cloud, brother.
A long white cloud, brother. No, the Arctic. The Arctic something. Are you at the wall? Are you at the wall? The Arctic wall. Where are you, brother? Umbral, I am one moment, Scrollex, pardon me. If you would like a chart interpretation, you can't DM me. I am doing chart interpretations, but I'm not doing them here. I'm answering one question and giving it all I got for what I love. But if you have a question about your chart, yes. If you would like a deeper analysis than a chart interpretation, you have to visit my website on YouTube. All right, Scrollex. I don't know where you are. I'm exhausted. I don't know.
Home of the world's best rugby team, brother.
The best what?
Rugby team.
The rugby team. The world's best rugby. I don't know.
Oh, come on, my man. Come on.
Hang on. Wait for it. South Africa. New Zealand. New Zealand,
my bro.
New Zealand.
You got it. Got there in the end.
That was a tough one there. So what is your question that you have for me?
What are these charts you're talking about? What you got me intrigued.
What's your question about all these charts? What's the question?
What are they? What are you doing?
That's two questions. What are they and what are they doing? That's two questions. So what I'm doing is I'm doing a number of things up here. But in short, I'm offering one chart, one question about your astrological chart or astrology in general. If you want it, it's not an open-ended question either, because I love doing this stuff and I could talk about it for hours. So I'm also working with establishing boundaries and maintaining boundaries around the questioning and asking people to be as succinct as possible so we can kind of bring it to a close swiftly so that other people can ask questions, or I can use that time to pause and regulate myself as I'm also working with letting go.
Okay. May I please Yeah, can you do me?
Well, no, I'm not doing you. I'm answering a question. What's your question?
I've got a question about, okay, so your astrology and all of that. My biggest question is, especially across the internet on TikTok, you hear star signs and dates and numerology and all of that sort of carry on. But it's apparent to me that it's all based on the northern hemisphere, which what the northern hemisphere sees, and their star signs and all that. But for us southerners, say like when summer hits you guys, we're in winter, obviously. When the sun is highest in the skies, Aries or something, da-da-da. But for us, it's the opposite. So it doesn't make sense on a planetary level. You know what I mean? So it's back to front for us. So it's very hard to understand how that astrology is a thing for the whole planet. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense. One moment. Let me process this.
I'm not articulating it very well. So half the problem is me. I get that. But if you're understanding where I'm coming from there, that's great.
Well, can you repeat your question before I completely process this request? What is the question that you have for me?
There's a lot of confusion. So I'm having a lot of trouble fully believing in astrology because a lot of the content that I see about it comes from Northern Hemisphere, the Americas.
Okay, one moment. Pause for a moment. If you could pause for a moment to see how you can sum that up in one question without the story around the question. Pause for one moment. Give me 30 seconds. Empress, that sounds very important. Thank you for sharing that, honestly. Is that a fact or a prediction, Empress? Take your time with this now. Take your time. Okay, Scrollex, have you found your question?
I'm going to try and... your summers and your springs, when life has come back to Earth, in spring, where things reproduce and all that, and so the sun is in a solstice part of the fucking solar system. Fucking for us in the southern hemisphere, it's fucking hard to. Do you know a guy by the name of Bill Donahue?
I do. I definitely love Bill Donahue. Rest in peace, his soul. I appreciate his
Rest in peace.
Yes, rest in peace. I definitely appreciate Bill Donahue's series. Yes, for sure.
Love his work.
But I want to pause you again. I want to pause you again because you're not asking me a question. What, if I may, what I'm hearing you say is things that you're trying to get to a question, but you're processing and getting to a point of asking me a question. So you're doing two things. I'm wondering if you can bring that processing to a pause and ask the question and then process. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
A lot of what Bill was talking about, you understand me talking about spring, summer, how it's different for us in
Yes.
the southern hemisphere.
Yes.
It's very hard to correlate. I really truly want to believe a lot of what Bill's saying, but it's back to front for us because he's saying that fuck, I don't even fucking know. I've lost now.
Take your time. You're not lost. You're in a sympathetic nervous system state.
Yeah, what?
It's a matter of breathing
Okay.
and taking your time. Hang on a second. It's not a matter of being lost. It's a matter of taking your time because there's a lot of information and data that you're processing at the same time as trying to ask a question. That's what's actually happening, or what I'm hearing. Does that sound accurate?
That's very accurate.
So in order to ask the question, it's not a matter of getting more frustrated. It's a matter of regulating yourself, taking a deep breath to take your time. There's no clock. I'm just asking you, what's the question? So don't misconstrue me asking and guiding you to ask one question with being rushed into the question. I'm just practicing and establishing boundaries around open-ended questions and getting into conversations because I love this stuff. I'm working on being as succinct as possible so that I can ask the question that you have for me. So pause, if you could, some of the processing that you've been doing with all of the amount of information, because it sounds like it's a lot, and ask a question and take your time with formulating the question. There's no rush.
Okay. It's back to front for me.
Say again?
But it's hard to understand. It's hard to be a full believer in the astrology side of things when what a lot of Bill Donahue was saying, that how spring and autumn comes in these certain times a year because that rest in Aries, Libra, such and such, so on and so forth. But us on the southern hemisphere, they're in two separate. Obviously, when the northern hemisphere in summer and us in winter, it's hard to agree to because it doesn't answer for the entire planet. He's talking about Christmas. I'll come back.
Well, pause for a moment. I think I know what you're asking, and I think what you're asking is, how can astrology be accurate when the seasons for the southern hemisphere are different from the northern hemisphere? Sounds like what your question is. Is that accurate?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking your time. Let me process that. What you're talking about is an astronomical happening, for starters. The idea that Christmas for the northern latitudes above the equator is summer solstice. The winter solstice for the northern latitude and above the equator is the summer for the southern equator. That's an astronomical occurrence. The zodiac still maintains a constant, whether it's the winter solstice or the summer solstice. There's still a solstice, but how the mechanics of the earth work astronomically, it's so that it's flipped. But there's still a solstice, it's just flipped. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand how the northern and southern hemisphere work.
Right.
And the science aspect, but a lot of what Bill was saying is, this is why summarizes in what yours June, July is your guys' hottest months. I gotta come back to you, dude, and be a bit more clear about my questions, because I came in pretty blind.
I mean, that right there is, I respect you greatly for acknowledging that. And that right there is an intervention that it sounds like you're on the brink of formulating something and coming to a comprehension about astronomy and astrology. So I respect that for you being aware of that, because that is the intervention and that's your breakthrough. And if you're welcome to come back. I'll be here.
Yeah, man. I'll be here too. I'll listen in.
All right.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, Scrollex. So for the record, on the record, let the record reflect, from what I know here in this moment here, the summer solstice in the northern latitudes is the winter solstice for the southern latitudes. It's exactly flipped. But the zodiacal sequencing and arrangement is still the same. And it still follows the same sequence. The sun rises in the east in the southern latitudes, and it sets in the west for the southern latitudes. Is that true? I think so. Yes, the southern sun rises, and the sun still rises in the east and it still sets in the west, and the zodiac still has the same order. How can astrology be accurate for the whole world when the summer solstice for the northern latitudes is the winter solstice for the southern latitudes? That's the question. Astrology is accurate because it uses the seasons of the northern hemisphere as a symbolic system and maps the sky relative to the exact place a person is born. The two main reasons for this are symbolic language. Astrology uses the word summer to mean the time of light and growth, no matter which side of Earth you are on. Local chart mapping. Astrologers draw a unique star map for the exact time and place of birth, which automatically flips the sky views for a southern hemisphere. How astrologers handle the seasons. The zodiac wheel. The 12 signs are based on the yearly path of the sun, the ecliptic, and the seasonal changes like the start of spring, not actual weather. Flip meanings. Many modern astrologers in the southern hemisphere adjust chart meanings to match local seasons, treating Aries as the start of the harvest instead of spring. So it still follows the same sequencing. We call spring Aries. You down in the southern hemisphere, you call the Aries the harvest. It's a flop. It's flipped. But the sequence and the mechanics are still the same. The toilet bowl flushes this way in the north and it flushes this way in the south. It's flipped. It's still a toilet bowl flushing. It's still a zodiac, whether it's in the northern latitudes or the southern latitudes. It still follows a constant. The philosophy flips. The philosophy does not change. The school of thought and the mechanics around the chart do not change. They're the exact same, but they're flipped. As opposed to the spring in the northern latitudes being the beginning of life, for the southern latitudes, it's flipped and it's the end of life. The leaves fall off the trees. it doesn't change, it flips. It's the exact same thing. It's mirrored. It's a mirroring. It's still mirrored, and that's a matter of astronomy. And when converting it back into astrology, it's just flipped. The signs still stay the same. So right now we're in the summer and you're in the winter. It's flipped. So Capricorn doesn't have the cold, the shortest day of the year. Capricorn has the longest days for you, and that's one has to keep that. The astrologer has to keep that in consideration when they're interpreting a chart for an individual in the north or south. That's an interesting feature. That's something it's fair. It's worth considering. It's worth considering, actually. It's worth considering. Ladies and gentlemen, Scrollex.
Yeah, hey, yeah. Amazing, thank you for that. Yeah. So the mechanics are the same. I understand that the stars are always a constant. They never change. They never shift. The meaning of the month and all that, but the philosophy behind them changes. The mechanics don't, but the philosophy behind the teachings is hard to grasp for us Southerners.
No, it's not hard. It flips. It's hard for someone who doesn't have repetitions in it, but it's not hard if someone has repetitions and comprehends the mechanics and the flippage. Like I said, Aries for the north is spring. Aries for the southern latitudes is the harvest. That's still the harvest. The harvest and the interpretation of that form of the season for the southerners still gives this librarian attribute and action, but it's called Aries throughout the whole planet. If you're in the southern latitudes and it's spring, you have to consider one more step, that the spring is associated with the sign Aries. But it doesn't change the fact of what happens in nature in the spring. What happens in nature in the spring in the southern latitudes is synonymous with the environment and the temperament and the nature of what happens in the northern latitudes. That's constant. Thus, therefore, the school of thought is the same. It's just flipped. And the signs are flipped. But it doesn't change the school of thought and the operation. You guys have, in the southern latitudes, you have spring, summer, fall, winter. In the northern latitudes, we have spring, summer, fall, winter. It's the exact same thing. It doesn't change.
Yep. The only thing that changes is vice versa. We're complete opposites. I understand that, but I'm not disputing the mechanics, the philosophy behind raising your frequency and such and such to a certain time of year and all that, and to add one more curveball to the mix, because we're working on a Gregorian calendar. Isn't there a 13th month? Have you debunked that 13th month that's supposed to exist? All months are meant to be 28 days.
Have I debunked it? No, I don't see a reason to debunk it.
If there was 13 months, every month of the year would be exactly 28 days. But for some reason, that was pulled from during the making of the Gregorian calendar to exclude something. But I'm not quite too sure what. If you're able to Google what the 13th month is, there's actually, fun fact, there's an emoji on iPhones. So you know how every emoji there is for Aries, Cancer, Libra. There's actually a 13th on the iPhones. If you have an iPhone, you can check that out for me. So there is a star sign for the 13th month.
Okay.
I forget the name of it. I'll just quickly. It's called Ophiuchus. Have you heard of that?
I have heard of Ophiuchus, yes. Ophiuchus, Ophiuchus, Ophiuchus. Yes, I have.
What's the go there? What's the go there?
What's the go there? The go there is
There's a reason why they excluded that 13th month out, no?
one moment.
I wonder why.
One moment. What you're talking about is a matter of a couple of different things. It's a couple of different things. It's part astronomy again, with the constellations, and another part is calendric and the division of a year, actually. And I have heard, and I am of the mind of that. And those features that you just added into what we were talking about prior doesn't change the philosophy of, if we add Ophiuchus and say that there's 13 zodiacal signs, then to go back to what we were talking about, the 13 zodiac signs would be arranged the same way in the north, and they would be flipped in the south. They would be the philosophy and the school of thought around them would be the same, but because it's flipped, the time of year and the seasonals would also be flipped as in regards to the philosophy. According to that time of the year, but the zodiac would still remain to be its constant, because that's what's used. The people in the southern part of the globe would have to have that into consideration.
Just travel down a hypothetical with me for a second. If this 13th month, and if astrology is a real genuine thing, like the time of the year we're born, the dates, and if this 13th month does exist that we're unaware of, and that pushes everybody's dates back, so we're following the wrong star signs. So if that's correct, and if you do your mathematics, with that added in, and figure out what your star sign would be then, maybe just maybe you might be following the proper. You grasping? You picking up what I'm throwing down?
I hear what you're saying.
So if when the Gregorian calendar was created and created purposely to eradicate this, whatever the 13th month is, to throw humans off of their natural cycle, that would be the perfect plan, wouldn't it? If you were, say, like evil-minded in that way to throw humanity off.
Unless, perhaps, maybe, unless someone comprehended that no matter how many months that one puts into a year or divides a year, what I'm trying to say, it still doesn't discount the fact that we live in a 365.25 day cycle. And you could divide it however you want. But astrology, it's two different things that you're talking about. The dates in the calendar, with the dates being some end in 20, one ends in 28, some end in 30, some end in 31, doesn't change the fact that each zodiacal sign is looked at as 30 degrees. So it's equivalent. So if we break and divide the zodiac or the year into 13 months, it would be an equivalence of 28. So we're breaking 365.25 days into 28 days. We also, with the zodiac, are breaking it or dividing it into 30 degrees or 30-day increments.
Oh, I haven't done the math on that, so I can't argue.
Yeah, so
I think it rounds out to 28.
no,
From my understanding, though.
when it comes to the astrological chart, we're dealing with circle mathematics, spherical circle, 360 degrees. Are you with me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So the calendar, what I'm trying to say is that it doesn't matter how you divide the year. You can divide it however you want. That's my point. And with the zodiac, I'm going along the lines of the tropics, which are based on the seasons. And so there's another factoring with the wrong birth date is the constellations. So the constellations don't align with the tropics anymore because they say that the universe is expanding. So 0 degrees Aries constellationally is different from seasonally. That's the differentiation from sidereal astrology and tropical astrology. Tropical astrology is based on the seasons. So the whole thing not too long ago was, oh, your zodiac sign is wrong because you're following the seasons and you're not following the constellations. So when you look at that under a microscope a little bit closer, you'll find that Ophiuchus, what you were talking about, is like 13 degrees of space constellationally. So if you divide the months into 28 days or 30 degree or 30 day increments, it still doesn't account for this 13th sign that's only approximately 13 degrees in its expanse.
But it shifts everything else. That's the point I'm making. It has an impact on everything else.
It does shift, and what we're calling a shift is a matter of a starting point. So 0 degrees of Aries constellationally doesn't align anymore with 0 degrees seasonally.
So that's why I'm saying just travel down this hypothetical road with me.
Okay.
And if you just do the maths with that 13th month added in, what story would that tell? Would that shift? Would that shift a lot?
It would shift constellationally, but it doesn't align constellationally. But it would be another way in which to divide it, but it wouldn't be in alignment with the seasons.
Maybe it just doesn't align with the seasons we're all taught and programmed to understand. But and this is a huge what if. This is a huge what if.
Okay.
But if that 13th month has astronomically has existed and has always existed, but we've carried on these last few thousand years ignoring it. Because who's done the math and every 4 years you got to add an extra day and there's a sleep year and this month is 31, this month's 28, this one but it makes total sense to just go 28 days all throughout.
Yeah.
And if I was some higher up evil dude conspiring to dumb down humanity, maybe I would pull a month out and get people off their natural cycle and calendar.
Yeah, I don't give them that much power. I don't give them or they that much power. They don't have the power to do that. We can divide the calendar or we can divide a year many different ways, but no one can move the way in which the seasons operate in its course. Like the reason why the 13th month calendar idea doesn't work is because of the fact that it doesn't align with the seasons. The zodiac is a seasonal thing. It's not a constellational thing. The zodiac is a tropical. There's a tropical zodiac, and there's a constellational zodiac. And so, even if we had this 28-day calendar idea and run it, there's still shifts in the clock or in the calendar that are made because we don't live in an exactly precise system in the course of a year. It's 365.25 days on approximate. It gives and takes and it wobbles just the way the earth wobbles on its axis. Also, there's a wobbling that happens with time itself where there's addings and subtractings of microseconds within a year and within days. So if we had a 28-day equivalent calendar over the course of time, it would then have to be realigned due to the wobble that we live in. Nobody has the power to change how the sun carries the planets around it, moving around something else. You can divide it as many different ways as you want, but you can't change. There's no elite or they that can say, we're going to have the leaves fall off the trees of this day this year. So what I'm trying to say is that
no.
Yeah.
No, 100% not. 100% not. But what they do have the power of is creating institutions and teaching people the wrong calendar. That's what which throws birthdays off, dates off. Say, if I was born on the 30th of such and such, and then I'm following this star sign, this astrological star sign. But really, if Ophiuchus does exist, maybe I'm following the wrong one.
Yeah. And
you know what I mean?
I hear what you're saying, and that's valid. That's fair. And my rebuttal to that is that when you get to that point, it's a matter of comprehending the details and the specifics surrounding the difference between sidereal and tropical. Because there's some pieces and components that are missing from your comprehension of that, what you're talking about. So have you ever heard of the precession of the equinoxes?
The precession of the equinoxes?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, so when it comes to this expanse that we live in, there's not just, like on a clock, there's the hour hand, there's the minute hand, and there's the second hand. When it comes to the solar system and the galaxy, there's different clocks. They all work together. They all work within each other, but there's different clocks. And so to understand those mechanics I'm of the mind that it brings one closer to comprehending the calendar conversation, the Ophiuchus conversation, and really comprehending what really goes on. I misspoke earlier and I said that Ophiuchus was 13 degrees, but Ophiuchus is actually 19 degrees of the ecliptic. And so when you start comprehending 19 degrees of the ecliptic, and when we're talking about seasons and how an expanse of a said zodiac sign that encompasses a season is 30 degrees, and it's 30 times 12, which is 360 degrees of a circle. Synonymous with 365.25 days. This is the reason why the zodiac works. The 12 breakdown works. But just for me to just tell you that, I don't expect for you to be like, oh, wow, yeah, now I see it, because there's other components that's not only astrological, it's also astronomical as well. So like, if you go back in the times, back like Ptolemy and Giordano and you know, some of the ancients, when it came to them working with the cosmos, it wasn't just astronomy and astrology. They weren't separate. They were one. They were one, and they comprehended the way that these two clocks, because in essence, it's like two different clocks that are working within the same system. So sidereal astrology doesn't say, oh, I'm not going to work with tropical. There's an understanding about that, honestly, and that's a matter of you digging to inquire about that. You're actually asking some really valid questions, but one conversation is not going to automatically bring you to this awareness until you comprehend how these mechanics work. And maybe I'm not doing the best at explaining it, but there's more involved to comprehending the Ophiuchus conversation, the 28-day conversation, the 360 degrees of a circle, and the divisions of the zodiac seasonally, in contrast to astronomically or constellationally, which is sidereal and tropic.
All I'm saying is I think it's worth looking into.
Yes, it is.
It definitely is. So at this point, it's a conspiracy because obviously not many people know about that. And when I tell them, oh, just look up on your iPhone, there's an emoji that Apple has put out representing a 13th star sign. They go, what bullshit? And then once they open up their phone, they're like, oh, what is this? Ophiuchus, like, nobody's ever heard of that. But why would Apple go out of their way and make something like that?
Because it's catchy. That doesn't mean that that's accurate because Apple made an emoji about it.
But it's worth considering.
Yeah, but because Apple made it, because Apple made a 13th sign emoji, it doesn't mean that now there's 13 signs. We have to actually do some research and calculations before we arrive at that, and not just look at it as woo-woo or a conspiracy theory.
No, 100%. This is why I said it at the beginning. I'm not putting it in as concrete. I'm just saying, let's come down this hypothetical with me. It's worth talking about. Because the Gregorian calendar, when was that made? During the Renaissance? AD? I've got to do it. Can you do a fact check? When was the Gregorian calendar created?
When was the Gregorian calendar created? 1582 by Pope Gregory the 13th.
Pope Gregory. See, that's another thing created by the church, of all people.
Right. But it doesn't mean that because Pope Gregory created the calendar, recreated the calendar and realigned it and made it to 30 days as opposed to 28 days, it doesn't change the difference of the seasons, no matter how many calendric changes they make.
But
like
fishy.
Astronomically, so astronomically, the first day of spring is a specific date. You do realize that, right?
And summer for us is the first weekend of December.
Right. So those are astronomical events that are calculated according to the seasons as well as the constellations. Like there's a specific number of this shift that you talk about from the constellations to the seasons is approximately 23.5 degrees, 23 and a half degrees shifted. It's a specific number. And that number it comes from the precession of the movement and the rate of the precession of the equinoxes.
Doesn't correct me if I'm wrong, because of the Gregorian calendar say that my birthday last year was on a Thursday, so now my birthday this year is on a Friday, so it shifts. Like last year, for us, summer is the first weekend of December, but that date changes every year. It's not a specific number. The date and the day changes. It shifts. Seasons slowly. You're catching? There is a shift happening. A subtle.
That's what I was sharing with you. Without the calendar change, there's still a wobble of time from year to year. The first day of spring is not always on March 21st. The first day of the winter solstice is not always exactly on December 21st at noon. There's a wobble that's happening.
So it's not exact.
Nothing's exact. It's an approximation, and it speeds up and slows down. But on average, it's a circle. 365.25 days on average. That 0.25 is an average. But there's a specific amount of days, months, years, hours, minutes, and seconds from last year to this year. And over the course of time, that's a wobble. It's not a constant. It's not the exact same amount of days, months. It's not the same amount of months, days, weeks. It is the same weeks. It's still 15 weeks. It's still 52 weeks, excuse me. But it's not the same. It's not the same hours, minutes, and seconds in a year.
Because I'm sure we can all agree that the calendar is a man-made construct. Time is a man-made construct, like the measurement of time.
The measurement of time is not a man-made construct. The measurement of time is specifically comes from man measuring the sun. The orbit, the movement, and the apparent path of the sun is what man creates time from. Right? Man's not able to move the sun from the east to the west.
No, but man has come up with the minutes and hours.
That's fine. He's used a metric, a system, a marker. Man has created a marker for that which already apparently happens. I would agree with, I agree when people say time doesn't exist, it's part true and it's part not true.
Yeah.
Time is an apparent path, because the sun doesn't rise and set. It appears to rise and set. The earth turns, actually.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, so it's an apparent path, but it's the tool that we use to mark and demarcate the divisions of a day, to operate within it. And that's man-made. The marking system is man-made, but the action itself is not man-made. And the action that happens by itself is not a constant, specific thing each and every year. It's a wobble to it. And that wobble is measured in larger cycles and phases.
Yeah. The sun and the planet is in a constant. It's always that we can't change, but the measurements and the names, the labels that we put on, is kind of man-made.
No, they're not kind of man-made. They're man-made. The labels, the zodiac sign, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, they're all man-made. It's all man-made. Man-made. It said, that looks like a bear. That looks like a bear there. We'll name that Orion or Little Bear, right?
Exactly.
That's all man-made. But what's not man-made is it in itself is not man-made. And it,
that's right.
And it in
its, agree on that.
And it in itself, whether it's big bear, little bear, small bear, honey bear, golden graham cracker bear, it still in itself has a phase and a cycle and a sequence that can be measured and marked by numerical sequences. And that, my friend, is measured and has been measured by the Earth's equinoxes and the precession thereof, which is a 20 on average, it's a 26,000 year cycle. That's not man-made. That's an observation that man made and has labeled that as a 26,000 year cycle based on the apparent path of the sun.
But the labels and that can be altered because it's man-made. It can be altered by man.
Oh,
right?
Okay, so they
rebranded, relabeled, remeasured.
Right.
If you, I'm sure, being as passionate about the subject as you are, I'm sure you know that Ethiopia go by a different calendar. Do you know that?
I do know that, and I've heard of that. Yes, that we're not even the year 2026. I've heard that. Yes, but what the fascinating thing? Go ahead.
I think they're in 2019 at the moment, 2018.
They say this year, they say that year. I don't know what year it is. What I know is that I can mark only using the sun and the moon. Only using the sun and the moon, I have a good idea of where we are seasonally. If they were to wipe the calendars away and I was in the northern latitude, I'm pretty sure I'd be able to do it in the southern latitude as well. Because I've taken the time to observe, I can see with the declination of the sun what season I am in my location on the earth. And so that
100%.
and so that is a constant with or without the zodiac sign or the labels or the names. That's a constant. And what else is a constant is the nature and what happens within those time spans. So like, not only is Aries and its archetype associated with certain temperaments, it's given those temperaments based on the activity that happens in that year, in that time of year. The reason why spring is given this archetype and this character trait of inspirational and quick and fast and budding and newness and lively is because energetically we see that, we feel that, and we also see that in nature through the animals and through life itself, through the trees and through everything and so on and so forth that already acts and communicates in tandem with the sun. The reason why I am of the mind that the zodiac signs are labeled and named as such is not just because the way the stars look like a certain animal, but it's also because of the temperament and what's actually happening on the earth, which is one of the reasons why I think that the idea of as above, so below, that mirroring is a thing. Because what's happening above, when this star sign is here, the rabbits start having new life and babies. Next year comes around, oh wow, the rabbits are having babies. And so we were attaching, as a people, we were marking rabbits having babies with a specific star sign.
100%.
So
what you're going down right now, I'm not disputing. That's facts.
Right.
Seasons. Animals understand it more than we do. They have an inbuilt understanding.
It's not more or less. It's their bio. It's the creation. It's the creation and fact of itself that they operate. Geese fly south.
Yes.
In a communication, a circadian communication. What I'm saying is that happening. As humans, we've marked that under a certain sign and a time, an apparent path of the sun. That's what I'm saying. So it doesn't matter if you call Aries. It doesn't matter if you call Aries. It doesn't matter if you call it poop. If you call the spring poop, it's still going to be and have a certain action and archetype that one can mark by it and call it poop. Whether you're in the northern latitudes or the southern latitudes. The rabbits in the northern latitudes act in the spring just as the rabbits in the southern hemisphere.
100%.
That's what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying. I'm not, yet again, I'm not arguing that. That
Right.
is just facts. That is facts. That is something man can't change. We can't change that. That happens. But what you can change and indoctrinate is people's understanding of.
And so when that
things are,
happens,
because it tends to have a mental shift in people's belief system about one thing where it's a little bit, could be a little bit false. But the only reason why I brought that up is just to add, it's food for thought. It's something for you to maybe look into and see, like, maybe there's somewhere down the line you can call bullshit. Maybe on the Gregorian calendar, maybe on that 13th month. But something's fishy going on there. If it smells like fish and looks like fish, it's probably a fucking fish. You know what I mean?
okay, so a couple of things here. When it comes to that, what you're talking about, when it comes to like, I think that the people and the powers that be might be moving the calendar around to mess with my mindset. When that happens, hang on. Even if it's not that, let's say that there's a discrepancy or let's say that you think What I'm hearing you say is you think that back when Pope the 13th, what was his name? Pope Gregory the 13th, February of 1582, the Gregorian calendar was introduced. You're aware of that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm hearing you say is you're saying that at that time they introduced a calendar that may not be accurate, right?
Right.
Okay. So what I'm saying is when that happens, there's a strong need for one to have a comprehension of some core topics. There's some core research that an individual can do to be able to understand the calendars and the calendric system. One moment, a
Which is
second.
why I presented it.
1 second. Jazzy Bella, welcome. Thank you for putting your information in here. I started getting carried away. Not carried away. I started getting excited about a topic that I'm passionate about. It looks like you left, but if you're still here, you can ask me one question about your astrological chart. I'm about to drop some information or share some information about what core research topics to do when it comes to that point. When it comes to a discrepancy, there's research and there's tools that we have at our disposal to be able to crack the case, to get an understanding. So when it comes to comprehending it, there's more tools that one has to comprehend what's happening for themselves. With the calendars, with Ophiuchus, with what star sign is right, and all of that. And so the one that I mentioned to you is the Earth's axial precession, which is called the precession of the equinoxes. That's one topic and area of study by itself. The precession of the equinoxes. The next is tropical versus sidereal frameworks. Just by researching that, you're going to get so much information and comprehension of what's happening with or without the zodiac. The next thing that a core topic is the Ophiuchus and 13 sign fact. Ophiuchus is in the sky. It's constellationally as opposed to zodiacal, but if we were to put it in the zodiac, there would be some discrepancies because of the size of Ophiuchus by itself. And that conversation is something different from the degree, the space in the sky, the 28-degree calendar, and the 30-degree spans of each zodiac sign. And the last thing from our conversation is research how civil solar and lunar calendars evolved from ancient uniform month counts into the modern 12-month Gregorian calendar. Babylon calendric system and the Gregorian calendric system. Those, 4 areas of core research are going to give you more comprehension and answer some of the questions that you have. So the next time that you have a conversation with me or somebody else, there'll be some core, some basics that you have. So like when I pull up this chart and this graph, nothing triggers, nothing fires for you, right?
No.
The reason is because you don't have enough repetitions. That's why. It doesn't make you good, doesn't make you bad. It's a matter of you not having repetitions. Those topics that I just explained to you, and I can repeat them again to you after I check out and hear what nature has to say, those are going to give you, the more repetitions that you have, you'll have more of a base to be able to comprehend the questions that you have and what it is that I'm sharing with you. Hang on a second. Hold that thought. All right, are you still here?
Yeah.
Did you get those core research topics that I just shared with you? Or are you not interested?
No, I'm hearing you.
Did you write them down?
No, I haven't.
I mean, if you're interested in the conversation and you really truly are passionate about understanding it, instead of just saying, oh, they created emoji in the iPhone and that means that it's a 13th calendar, then I've shared with you. Hang on. I'm sharing. Go ahead.
I'm not trying to start like I'm not trying to start a debate or an argument over anything. I was just giving food for thought, and maybe you would be able to shed some light on those questions that I had. But I'm not trying to shake what it is that you're trying to teach, which is
No, it's not.
which is very interesting.
Okay, so
Just very interesting.
okay.
But it is 4:30 in the morning where I am. I'm still in bed, so I'm not like up and at 'em, you know. I'm not sitting in front of my desktop.
That's fine. But you can follow me and you can come back once you have the response. You can DM me even, and I can share these things. I can share these things with you so that when you are next to your desktop, you can look into these things for your awareness, because I'm sharing these things with you not so that you can prove me right or wrong. I'm sharing these things with you because you've asked questions, and these are the core topics that would bring you to an area of comprehension about those topics. So for example, I don't care about the 13th sign conversation. I don't particularly, it's not that I don't care, it's that it doesn't move me or make me change my idea or my mind about the tropical zodiac and what it is for what it is. Like, if you tell me that it's a different time, like if it's a different date, like, okay, again, we can divide a year in many different ways, and we can say that we're in whatever year is possible. What we cannot do, and what no man or woman or thing or alien can do, is move any planet. They can't move the sun, they can't move the moon, they can't move Mercury, they can't move Saturn, or none of it. They cannot do that. They cannot do that. And these core topics will give you a more of a comprehension of why and how what we're living in and how it operates. Because anytime someone brings a conspiracy, it's not a matter of disproving it or arguing it, it's a matter of understanding it. Like comprehending.
Yes, that's exactly what I was just putting ideas out on the table for us to explore.
Right, so I'm sharing with you ways to comprehend those explorations. I'm giving you a map to get to the destination of where you're trying to go. And the precession of the equinoxes is the number one map for comprehending a slew of the things that you've brought to the table today. Because I've been here before. That's what I'm sharing.
Yeah, 100%. And just seeing that you're so passionate about this is your core topic, this is your bread and butter.
It's not mine.
So it'll be interesting.
It's not mine. I would correct you there, because this doesn't belong to me. I've taken the time. Let me share this with you. Let me share this with you though, because I'm real distinct, and I'm working on being distinct about what it is that I'm doing, so that there's awareness about my position. I am not the creator of any of this, but because I've had taken an interest in it and it intrigues me, I've taken the time to comprehend it to some level, to share it with someone like yourself. Because in my past, I've been given misinformation. And so when I was given misinformation, I explored and researched the topic so that I would know for myself, no matter what happens outside of me. And so I'm hearing you say that, oh, they created the Gregorian calendar, you feel a certain kind of way. They've made a 13 sign emoji, you're feeling some kind of way about it. And I'm sharing with you some of the things that will bring you to a comprehension to be able to dismiss that, or to be able to incorporate that into your line of thinking moving forward from here. That's all I'm saying. I'm coming respectfully, and I'm coming from a place of love and with desire to serve the truth. Because I'm of the mind that the truth will set you free in a certain line of thought. Not being religious, but the fact of when I look up something and I'm aware of something, that becomes truth and a fact. It's not necessarily truth sets you free. It's more so I'm of the mind that it's facts that set me free. Who cares if they say you're the wrong sign? Why are they saying that? What can I research to clear that up for me is the next question, so that I'm aware of it, because there's pieces that are missing when they say, oh, the star signs are off. They're not including the entire story. Like you'll see a post or something and they'll be like, oh, this is from the ancient aliens and we found this underneath a rock in the deep dirt. We dug it up. But it doesn't give you all the pieces to the story. That's what's happening with, oh, your star sign's wrong. They didn't give you enough pieces. The precession of the equinoxes is going to add a whole hell of a lot. It's like going to be like a teacher, a grandfather to you. The tropical versus sidereal frameworks is going to be like an auntie or an uncle to you. The Ophiuchus and the 13th sign fact is going to share some facts. It's going to be like an elder cousin to you. And the exploration of the Babylonian calendar and the Gregorian calendar and how they came about and how the church, it was in tandem with astronomy. It was the church, the idea of church and state and the idea of astronomers and popes and them creating calendars for the people to follow for a time to come to church to pay tithes and offerings. You're going to learn so much from that. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying to you. And I appreciate the conversation because I could even benefit from going back in here. So I'm more detailed in my explanation about what's happening. Because I've left some of this to the wayside because it doesn't interfere with my ability to be artistic with interpreting a symbol. I can interpret symbolism without the 13th sign Ophiuchus because it doesn't matter to me, the Ophiuchus thing. I understand it's 19 degrees. I understand it's part of the constellation. The constellations are separate or different from the tropical zodiac. And I'm able to make those distinctions. And why I'm able to make those distinctions. So,
all right, thank you very much for your time, bro.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
it, man.
You're welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, Scroll X. And I don't have all the answers. I don't have all the answers. Some of the things that I've said here today might be wrong, but one thing that I do know is that it requires an individual to do some research. It requires some digging. And the digging might not, like if someone is digging for treasure, right? You dig for treasure, the first shovel scoop, you're not going to find, you may not find gold. You just might not find gold. You might have to dig for months and years before you find gold. You know? Anywho, that was that conversation. What I'm doing here is creating a long video because I love this stuff. So I'm sharing, I'm answering one question about your astrological chart. And simultaneously, I'm answering one succinct question about your chart because I'm working with myself and establishing boundaries in my conversations. What I mean by that is I sometimes can talk about this for days, even. And so by you being succinct with your question, I can answer the question and have a stopping point. If you'd like a further analysis, that's going to be a chart and that's going to be a service that I provide. If you're interested in learning more about your chart and you have more than one question, that's a service. If you have one question about astrology or charting, or you want to ask me something about what I'm doing or a post that I have, perfect place for that. And then it comes to a stop where you can either pause and listen and be a spectator and learn from listening, and we could take it from there. I woke up this morning. It's the afternoon now. It's after 12. I woke up this morning with 3 things. I woke up with be thankful. I'm thankful I can talk. I'm thankful I could see. I'm thankful I could comprehend. I'm thankful that I have a roof in case it rains. I'm thankful for people coming into the live to even entertain my ideas. So thank you. Whether I agree with you or whether I disagree with you, I'm thankful. If you're on YouTube, thank you for the follow, the subscribe. If you're on TikTok, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the subscribe. I'm thankful. The second thing I woke up with this morning was smile. And even showing my teeth. The gap, as well as the chipped teeth that I have. The 2 buck teeth that I have. Some call them buck. I love them. I love them. They're a little yellow too. And my dry ass lips that I have, that is one of my fears. You know, and the third thing that I woke up with is letting go. I'm learning how to let go. And I'm so interested in learning how to let go that I looked it up. Because I thought I knew how to let go, but I didn't know. I didn't remember. Or I was reminded today, this morning, of how to let go. Because I'm not an exception to being influenced by the senses and the feelings that are at my disposal, which is the reason why I even came to this planet to experience love, joy, sadness, and sorrow, not just happiness. I'm of the mind that I came here to learn all of it. How do you let go? Good question. There's a way that I let go, and there's a way that I learned how to let go today. Would you like to know what I've discovered today? Let me put some ointment on my lips so y'all don't talk about my dry ass lips on the replay. This is going to be my longest YouTube video ever. Letting it play. Not caring if someone comes in or not. Just being myself with no script. Like it or leave it alone. With love. I feel like I heard in my mind, I just heard the Nabisco. Nabisco. Like it or leave it alone. You have options. So I'm going to share this with you because I'm of the mind that repetitions are the way that I create new neural networks. I don't even want to say it is new. Neural networks. I'm interested in creating neural networks around neural networks that do not support me. Actually. And astrology has helped me discover some of the ways. Hang on, I have a tab. I have a slew of tabs up right now. Let me find it. Let me just open up a new tab. Why not? It's free. Yes, how do you let go? You said yes. What did you say yes to? Soul, you have a question about your astrological chart? You're invited to be a guest. That's interesting. So I asked the question that I asked the computer. I'm on the computer. So the computer, I asked, how do I let go effectively according to NIH or WebMD? Because those are valid sources. They're valid sources. And yes, I'm taking a shortcut instead of doing a long, extensive research. Core strategies for letting go. Practice mindfulness. Observe your thoughts. There was another one that said, let me find it. Because all these tabs I'm going to look at the end of the day and see what I've learned today. Okay, so this, I said, how do I stop fighting my feelings? Pause and breathe, but that's not what you asked. You want to know how to let go. I do too. Okay, I said, what is the most effective way to let go? I asked. And it said, the most effective way to let go is to stop fighting your feelings. Accept the present moment and change how you react to your thoughts. Instead of trying to force pain away, you let emotions flow through you without judgment. And then it says key steps for letting go. Key steps to let go. Stop fighting, watch your thoughts, create physical space, focus on actions. And so there's some details with it. Stop fighting. Allow yourself to feel sadness or anger without trying to fix or banish the feeling right away. And I looked at that and I was like, yo, wait, hang on a second, because there's a subtlety to that. There's a subtlety to allowing myself to feel sad or angry and becoming it, attached to it. Like as if I am the anger or the sadness. To a point where I want to escape it because it's uncomfortable, so I swap it with something else that doesn't uplift me. And so after that, it says, watch your thoughts. And at that point, I recognize that there's a distinction, there's a separation. When I notice what my mind tells me instead of believing every painful story as absolute truth. Sometimes when I feel angry, there's a story that loops or introduces itself before it loops, and I have a moment where I can accept it before it loops again. That's how I look at it. So I can watch that. And I think that's a brief moment thing. Then create physical space. It says remove reminders, text messages, or items that pull you back into the old situation. So once it comes up, once the story pops and it's like, hey, do you accept this? Yo, that's wild. It's like it pops up, I'm angry. Arr. Arr. And then a thought pops up like, and I have a moment where I can accept it, or I can say, is that me? Or is that a part of me? Once I do that, I'm actually making a distinction. I'm actually able to make the distinction. There's a split. Then I can, at that moment, if I'm still in it, before it loops, I can move. I can have movement. I can dance. I can turn on some music. Right? Still feel it, but maintain that watchfulness. And I can direct my energy toward what I can do rather than trying to rewrite it. That was kind of vague, right? So then after that, I was like, yo, how do I stop fighting it? It seems simple, but that's a question. How do I stop fighting it? How do I stop fighting my feeling? Steps to accept your feelings. It says pause. So one thing about this with, hang on a second. I got so many tabs open, it's ridiculous. Pausing is essential, is the first step to pause. And I'm of the mind, for the past 6 months, 7 months almost, I've noticed a significant shift in myself when I pause. I'm angry, I notice I'm angry. Pause. And I scan my body. I scan myself. And I usually feel it in my shoulders. Like right now, see how I am? Even though that was a little bit, there was there was a certain. So I pause, stop. I pause. The first step to let me put this at the end. What is the most effective way to let go? Because that's the third thing that I woke up with. I woke up with be thankful, smile, and let go. Key steps to let go. Stop fighting, watch your thoughts, create physical space, focus on actions. Can someone put that in the comments on YouTube? Stop fighting, watch your thoughts, create physical space, focus on actions. From personal experiences, not Google. Go by personal experiences and you'll find the answers. Yeah, I'm using both. I'm in the age of technology, so I'm using both of them. I'm using Google for a shortcut. Yes, I am. But I also recognize the benefit of not using shortcuts too. And yesterday I looked up my brother reprimanded me about taking shortcuts. And he said there's nothing wrong with taking shortcuts, but he was like, yo, also maintain the skill set of doing proper research and making distinctions for yourself. So it's key. But right now, I'm shortcutting. Stop fighting. Key steps to let go. Stop fighting. Watch your thoughts. Create physical space. Focus on actions. And I got that from asking, what is the most effective way to let go? That's the most effective. And then I asked, how do I let go effectively according to the NIH or WebMD? And they said, practice mindfulness, accept uncontrollable events, use controlled breathing, set firm boundaries, engage in physical movement. What's constant is the pausing and movement and breathing. I'm of the mind that it's beneficial to look at each of those strategies under a microscope to get it in layman's terms in the most simplest form, so that when you are in a state, you're able to revert back to the simplest way, the Occam's razor way in which to get to a remedy. Occam's razor is a term that's used for looking at things in its most simplistic form. Most simplistic. Occam's razor. And I encourage you to Google what I'm saying. Don't believe me. Take it as a grain of salt until you look it up for yourself. I'm Googling. And I appreciate Elite Unit for you saying from personal experiences, not Google, go by personal experiences and you'll find the answers. So I like and appreciate Google, the age of technology, for getting a quick answer and then practicing it, treating myself as a test subject to see if it works before I reiterate it to somebody. And so I'm reiterating these things because I looked it up to remind myself, because it was apparent that I had forgot, even though I looked them up before and I had practiced them. So I need more reps around letting go. I don't need it. It would benefit me. I see the benefit in me having more reps in letting go. And acceptance. Acceptance is part of letting go. I'm putting these all together in one area so I can resort to them. And this is the work for today, ever since this morning. I'm repeating what I woke up with. Be thankful. I'm thankful I could talk, speak, smile, and learn how to let go. You said you looked up on WebMD how to let go. That's what I looked up. Yes. Absolutely. I took a shortcut and cheated because I wanted it now. And I also said that my younger brother reprimanded me yesterday and I accepted it. He was like, yo, don't just be looking up the shortcut answers. Do the long form too. And I was like, I didn't like it. I said, you're not the boss of me. I'm older than you. No, I didn't say that. Internally, I thought that, but I was like, yo, I could probably fail you. Maybe what he's saying is actually maybe there's something to it. So I considered it. And I looked up. I took a shortcut to looking up what was the long form. I took a shortcut to a long form technique. Yeah. Because awareness is the intervention from my perspective. This is where I'm at. That's what's worked for me. So if it works for me, it works for me. If I share it with you and it doesn't work, then there's more research to do to find what works for you. Honestly, different strokes for different folks. I have a group a group of people that I'm for, and there's a group of people that I'm not for. The beautiful thing is that there's so many options in this world. You have all the options that you want, that you need here on this solar system. Take it or leave it alone. Recycle it. Anywho, I've now successfully, I have a micro win. I have them together in one area. What is the most effective way to let go? Let me know if you want me to repeat that. How do I let go effectively according to the NIH or the WebMD? How do I stop fighting my feelings? It seems so simple, but I'm of the mind that something that appears simple may not be as simple as you think. Or maybe you have one word for a process, and maybe revisiting the details of that one word, you can add more to your process so that when it comes to you being in a certain state, you have a remedy. An anchor, that's a perfect word, an anchor. Thank you so much for that. I'm all about anchors. Because I might need this shit quick, fast, in a hurry. It might be a matter of life or death. I might need an anchor. You might need an anchor. So you let go by stop fighting. How do you stop fighting? You stop fighting by pausing and breathing. And what that does is that brings you into a parasympathetic nervous system. I said a lot of things about your feelings. What are you taking notes? Don't have me up here just repeating these things over and over. You go TikTok, you don't get a replay. YouTube, you get a replay. TikTok, you don't get a replay. It's just how it is. It'll take me 4 hours to download this live. YouTube automatically does the work for me. I'm thankful. I hope you're writing this down. Well, you would benefit from getting a pen and paper and doing the long form way, ma'am. What I'm also doing here is I'm answering one question that you have about your astrological chart. This section of the live, I'm teetering. What am I doing? I'm all over the place, yes, but I'm also I'm oscillating between the three things I woke up with today and interpreting astrology, as well as we went into some questions about Ophiuchus and 13 signs and sidereal and tropical. YouTube, you'll get it on the replay. I write what you say on screen like a comment, screen cap, then delete words in box. Whatever your process is, it's fine. Thank you for the roses. Whatever works for you. You can Google this stuff by what I just did. I Googled what is the most effective way to let go. I Googled how do I let go effectively according to the NIH and WebMD, because they have done tests and studies with large numbers of groups of people, even though that's not the be-all say-all. It's another resource. It's a qualifying resource, qualifies. How do I stop fighting my feeling? Let me see if I can write, how do I stop fighting my feeling according to NIH and WebMD? If you're watching this live later and you're like, wow, this guy's doing all this research, he's taking shortcuts. Yes, I am. Do I see how this can be a problem for me? Yes, I do. Am I on a quest to utilize the long form? Yes, I am. If it helps, it helps. If it doesn't help, use what works for you and recycle the rest. Now, back to our shortcut. How do I stop fighting my feeling according to the NIH and WebMD? Mindfulness and observation. Number 1, pause and breathe. Name the emotion. Put a label on what you feel to reduce brain reactivity. Notice physical sensations. Those are the 3 mindfulness observations according to the NIH and WebMD. Your psychologist, your therapist, and your coach probably use those strategies. You can use them with or without your psychologist, therapist, or this is not a substitute for your psychologist, therapist, or coach. Consult your primary care physician if you're noticing any stuffy nose, brain pressure, throat ache, lifted shoulders, stomach issues. Consult your PCP. Yo, itchy leg is accurate. Are you letting go of emotions or thoughts? I put letting go of emotions in one of these tabs. You know, that's an interesting question, because what I think about immediately is I think about the lens, the zodiacal lens that I have. When you ask, are you letting go of emotions or thoughts? I think of the zodiacal sign Cancer for emotions and the zodiac sign Gemini for thoughts. That's what I think about. And what I think about right after that thought is I think about how they're adjacent to one another, how they're close in relation. And for the record, on the record, let the record reflect. When I say emotions, I'm talking about feelings, what I feel, how my body is feeling in tandem with the thought process. I think it's a mesh. They're meshed. They're entangled. There's an entanglement, I'm of the mind, between the thought process and where I feel it in my body. If I have an ache and a pain in my neck, that's a feeling. And that feeling is connected to an emotion, that's an energy that's in motion. This is not in motion. This is actually a stiffness. Right? But this stiffness in my neck is simultaneously, and it was a response to a thought from my observation. I don't know. When you are in that state, are you letting go of emotions or thoughts? Which one? What's the distinct, or are they fused together? Right? If I move a little bit and this neck starts to loosen up a little bit, does the thought loosen up with it too? That's an experiment that you'd have to run on yourself. For me, it loosens up and it brings me to the next state of being able to make a distinction between the two, from my experience, but you might be a little different. I hope that sheds some light, or if you were asking a question for others to have greatness or light. No, I have no idea what Sun Blood Network is. DM it to me. I'll check it out, maybe. Thank you for the heart puffs. Thank you so much. So if you just got here, welcome. What I'm offering is you're invited to be a guest to ask me one question about your astrological chart. And you don't even have to come up here. You don't have to be on camera on TikTok. YouTube, you can ask the question from the comments. And I'm also practicing. I'm practicing a bunch of different things, but with this letting go, with these 3 things that I woke up today, with being thankful, smiling, and letting go, in those 3 things, and researching those 3 things, acceptance and establishing boundaries is part of it. So I'm incorporating that. I'm weaving that into the work that I'm doing, because I love this stuff and love talking about this. Like I can lose time. Like time, I've been here for what? I've been here for 4 hours. That's crazy. But I'm having a good time. And at the same time, I'm working on myself through pausing, through all kinds of stuff. I love this for myself for YouTube. I hope someone watches this whole video. TikTok, it takes too long to download it, but I hope you're enjoying it. And that's what I'm doing. I'm feeling it. What I notice is that ever since I've been doing this work on myself, I've been able to do longer lives. What types of questions can you answer about someone's chart? Try me. What's your question? Don't limit yourself. Just ask the question. If I can answer the question, I'll answer the question. If I don't know, I'll say I don't know. And if I'm not able to, I'm not able to. More than likely, I'll be able to give you some type of response if it's astrological. If it's something other than astrology, I don't know. If it's like quantum mechanics, I would say I don't know. If it's about medical astrology, I would say I don't know. If it's about anatomy and physiology and connection and correlation to astrology, I would say, what's your question? If it's about houses, symbolism, planets, zodiac signs, I have something. Who do we have? Ladies and gentlemen, movement.
Howdy.
Howdy.
So, personally, I'm unfamiliar with the method of looking at astrology in terms of houses, but I've always been curious where one looks at a chart to sort of figure out their most aligned type of work and sustaining themselves professionally. There's certain areas of the chart that we look at for that information.
I would, short answer, quick answer, the 10th house is what pops up to me from my observation. The 10th house, the ruler of the 10th house, and any planets therein. And any aspects that planets make to the 10th house and the planets and the ruler of the 10th house.
I looked up, I believe it was my Chiron the other day on intuition, and if I'm not mistaken, it was Taurus. And that somehow made a lot of things click. Because for me personally, I thought I didn't have any earth signs in my chart. Chiron, I don't want to misspeak, but it can kind of speak a little bit of detriment, or like, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of growth to be had when you analyze the Chiron. What do you think about that? Sorry, I'm a novice, admittedly.
So, this is your second question. I just want to acknowledge that for one. For two, I'm going to answer this question, and then I'm going to leave the door open for someone else to ask a question. For three, if you would like to look deeper into your chart, that would be a service, and you can DM me and we can set that up with a price point that would work for you and a time frame that would work for both of us. Short answer for that is that I don't look at it, an aspect or any symbol, as a doom or gloom interpretation. It has its pros, it has its cons. At the beginning, middle, and end of the day, it's about your evolution and how you develop from this point to the next phase. Chiron is a planet of healing. Its symbol can be interpreted as a healing as well as a learning from the wounds that were created in the past according to the zodiac sign that it's in, the house placement that it's in, the planet that zodiac sign rules, and any aspects to, there, and from. similarly to how I shared with you about looking at one's career.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for asking those questions. Those were great questions. I hope that that's shed some insight for you to be able to explore and find out more about your chart.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting a chart reading from you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. I look forward to reading your chart. Ladies and gentlemen, movement, which not for nothing and for something at the same time. That's one of the things that we looked up as a process or a key strategy for letting go, stopping fighting feelings, and accepting feelings. Movement. Thank you.
You can't fight the fever.
You can do anything that you put your mind to.
Ooh.
I'm of that mind. So if you want to fight fear, you could fight it. How far you will get, that's another situation.
I said fever, like kind of like you can't fight the funk.
Oh, you can't fight the fever. I thought you said
movement,
fight the
gotta move.
fear. I thought you said fight the
Yeah.
fear. You said fever.
Yeah.
Like Flavor Flav.
Yes.
Ah, got it. I misspoke. Thank you for that clarity. Would you like to invite the next guest?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Okay, let me do a drum roll. Hang on. What you got?
No, I'm asking you, would you like to invite the next guest on stage?
Oh, I pushed the button? Uh-oh. Or I picked somebody?
No. Are you hearing what I'm saying?
I don't know how to invite someone.
Through your voice.
Oh. All right.
Hang on a second. Hang on.
So the next person in the box is going to be whoever just clicked. If you will kindly please step back into the box.
Thank you so much, movement.
Thank you, Cosmic Astrologer,
You're welcome.
for all your verve.
You're welcome.
All right, I'm going to dip out. Peace.
Peace. Ladies and gentlemen, movement. YouTube, I'm oscillating. Thank you so much for your patience. I hope that you're here. Let me see this. What types of questions can you answer about someone's chart? Like I said, whatever question you have, try me. Personally, I find that it all stems from an emotion. I have a North Node in Cancer, and emotions are my major challenge. My question to you is, what's the hardest part? What's the hardest part about managing your emotions? Take your time. User QY5JE7FR2C, what information do you need from someone to get an answer? I don't need anything other than the question that you have about your chart. If you say, I have a question about such and such, then I will refer to that such and such. I have North Node in Cancer. How does Gemini coming before Cancer in the procession affect my emotions, considering that emotions precede thoughts? Let me process that. So, for clarification, what I'm hearing you say or ask is you're acknowledging what I said earlier about in succession, in the order of the zodiac, it's Gemini, then Cancer, Gemini the thoughts, and Cancer being emotions. You're acknowledging that, and you wanted me to consider how does Gemini the thoughts affect the emotions, Cancer, when you're of the mind that the emotions precede the thoughts. Is that accurate? In layman's terms, you think that you're of the mind that the emotions come before the thoughts. And you want to know, how does Gemini coming before Cancer in that procession affect your emotions? Am I interpreting that correctly? Okay. I'm not of the mind. First, let me process that. I find it interesting that in the order of the zodiac, it's Gemini first, then Cancer. Thoughts, then emotions. But I'm not sure, and it would benefit me to do some research on if there's an order or if it happens simultaneously. But if we were to utilize the school of thought, the zodiacal school of thought of Gemini preceding Cancer, and saying that and interpreting that as the thoughts before emotions, then if you are of the mind or you're feeling a certain emotion and then the thought, maybe the pausing and breathing and regulating to scan and audit yourself to determine whether it's the feelings before the thoughts or the thoughts before the feelings, or is it simultaneous? Just because Gemini precedes Cancer and I recognize it that the thoughts are before emotions zodiacally doesn't necessarily mean that everybody thinks it or has a thought and then feels it. I'm not everybody. So maybe I could be wrong. Maybe that's not accurate. For me, I recognize that it's the thought and then I feel it. But I'm not sure if that's a simultaneous thing and I'm just observing it in that order. And because it's the zodiacal order, attaching to that and saying that that's definitely it. But that's not enough to actually say that that's a fact. The answer is that you would have to observe that. I would think it would benefit you to observe and turn inward a little bit more to determine how it operates for you. If that makes sense. As opposed to me saying, oh, Gemini's before Cancer, it's got to be the thoughts before emotions. I just find it interesting that that is the case. But I don't want that to be a be-all, say-all to what you're experiencing. But I would say maybe it would benefit you to turn inward more to determine if it is, or which way it is, if that it is. Does that track? According to NIH, the physical feeling generally comes first, actually, from my quick research. So the emotional response, automatic physical reactions, and subconscious emotional evaluations happen instantly for survival before you can think about them. That's the emotional response. The logical evaluation and reasoning and narrative self-talk follow shortly after, as the brain interprets the body is experiencing. While emotions trigger initial visceral reactions. So if emotions are energy in motion, then it's the emotion and then the feeling and then the thought. So maybe it's not the evolution, maybe it's the involution. If that's the case, if that's how it happens, then it would be Cancer into Gemini. Yeah, but that's not what research says. Research says it's feelings first. So if someone flinches at you, you don't think, hang on, they're flinching at me, and then block it or then move back. If someone flinches, you flinch back, you move out of the way, and you're like, yo, what'd you do that for? Will I win the lottery if I was born January 23rd, 1990? I can see the reason why you would want to ask a question like that. However, the answer to that question, which is not my go-to to interpret Powerballs, and if that were to be the case and that's how it worked, I would predict and analyze my own Powerballs or family members' Powerballs. I really don't. That's not one of my strong suits for interpreting and sharing with a person a Powerball. I don't have too many wins for doing Powerball numbers for an individual. If I did, it would be a full-time job. I wouldn't even be here. I would probably be doing strictly for family members if I was unable to do it for myself. Good question, though. And so that question with the emotions and the thoughts, that even though I find it interesting that Gemini precedes Cancer, the very next thing that comes to mind is the evolutionary direction and the involutionary direction. I think it's time for a break for me. Greetings, Patreon. Is that a question? I don't know. You just put a word Patreon up there. What is that like? How is that? What is that? How is that? What is that? How is that? Who is that? Who is that? How? What are you asking for that? Did you get that, Ankh? Clay Ankh? I still think it's a matter of you sitting with yourself and determining. If that's the case, how it works scientifically, I still think it's worth sitting with yourself and making that distinction. If it is emotions and feelings and we feel it in the body and then the thought, then my question is where do you feel it? When you're in that state of feeling it, like where do you feel it in the body? Yeah, it seems that the order is an involutionary thing, that we're receiving it. Peace be with you. Welcome. How are you? Movement, what are you asking about the Patreon? I'm not sure. There's this book that's called The Body Keeps the Score. It's by a doctor. Van Colt, what's his name? Van Colt. What's his name? Bissell van der Kolk, MD. He's a doctor. And he says that the body keeps the score. Meaning that, oh, he's got a YouTube video. I gotta check that out. Where like the body keeps the score. Like if it's a neck pain, then it's tuning into that, excuse me, that neck area, right? Feeling, where do you feel it? They said, according to the NIH, then it's the emotion, it's the emotional thing, and then it's the feeling, right? So I'm looking at how, what comes to mind is what emotion is actually energy in motion. The energy travels to a feeling, like the order. If we're putting it into an order sequence, which it did. It said emotions, feelings, and then the mind. That's interesting. And if it is that sounds like it's an involutionary thing. Something to consider, for sure. Evolutionary is building individual ego, while involuntary is tracing the descent of divine spirit into physical form. So the process of emotions, feelings to thoughts is a descent of divine spirit into physical form, zodiacally. So that's interesting. Involutionary is like it represents how cosmic energy or soul essence or divine ideas involve or project themselves into material reality and bodily incarnation. Interesting. More work to do. Dis-ease, uneasy, makes sick. I can identify with that. If you just got here, welcome. If you have a question about your chart, you're welcome to ask one question. Catch you on the flip. Thanks for stopping by. The sun rises in the east, and it has also been known to rise in the west. In certain schools of thought, and tracing the clock back in earlier times. But I don't remember where I gathered. I think I got that from a guru. But I don't know. But yes, the sun does always rise in the east. Welcome in if you just got here. If you have a question about your chart, you're invited to be a guest to ask one question. Or about astrology, period. I've had some awesome conversations here today on TikTok and YouTube. Thank you so much. Scorpio's rising now. From Virgo to Scorpio. He is risen. He is risen. So according to Islamic tradition, and it also looks like mythology and philosophy context, Herodotus and Plato talked about rare times when the sun rose in the east. How to tell. I mean, but Venus, the planet Venus, turns the opposite way. I don't know. It would all be theory and conjecture at this point. For me, it always rises in the east as well. All right. It's time for me to refuel. Thank you so much, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed the show.